We really appreciate your support here at Jewellery Maker, so we'd like to give you something back every time you refer a friend to us. Once your friend's order is delivered, you'll both be rewarded with a free £10 credit to each of your accounts. Simply log onto your account or ask our call centre team to find your Refer a Friend code, give it to your friend and have them type it into the refer box when they sign up online. Alternatively, give the code to our friendly call centre team and they'll do the rest. So come and bring your friends into the fabulous world of jewellery making. Jewellery Maker, share your passion.
We here at Jewellery Maker know how popular our 10-strand mystery packs have been, so we're bringing them back. You can get your hands on these completely random lucky dips for just £25. This works out to just £2.50 per strand, but be warned, it's while stocks last. Add this to your order and you won't be disappointed. Just ask for this code whilst on the phone to our call centre on 0800 644 655 or simply type the code into our website and add to your basket. Jewellery Maker, giving you the best deals on genuine gemstones.
Hello, welcome to Jewellery Maker. You've just tuned in. I'm Ali Defoy. It's lovely to see you, and it's really nice to meet you if it's your first time tuning in. If it is your first time tuning in, I do have to apologise. I've got a little bit of a frog in my throat, so as long as you can put up with that, then all is good. And if you quite like it, I normally sound like this. Lots and lots is coming your way today. Oh, I've got some amazing treats for you today, and I've got a wonderful team looking after me. It's actually my own shift side today, which is lovely. I've had some great time on the other shift side the past few days, but I've got our Amelia with me, I've got our Sean, I've got Mike, and I've got our Phil with me today. So I'm a very, very lucky lady. They look after me very, very well, and most of the magic happens behind the scenes that you don't get to see, and they're brilliant and they look after us all the time. So yeah, so that's who's bobbing about. And Claire, is that Claire as well? I can hear Claire in the gallery as well, Director Claire. Aw, it's a lovely team. You've just had a great morning with the gorgeous Vicky and our fabulous Deb. Yeah, did you treat yourself already? Have you opened an order? Oh, goodness gracious me. Well, if you haven't, this will be definitely 100% maybe a brand new viewer deal. The first time you've ever joined us might be an ideal time to treat yourself. Or if you're a regular viewer, it might be a really good idea to add it to your order, because I know I'm saying add to your order, and when you see it, you'll think, Ali, I've not set aside £50. But I like big buts, I cannot lie. You will not have had to set aside £50. I'm going to introduce you to a very special guest in a moment as well. Don't worry, she is coming today, oh yes, but I'm going to make you wait. Good things come to those who wait, right? Absolutely. Not going to make you wait anymore for this though. This is what I would call a new viewer deal, to try us out for the very, very first time, see what we're about here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. We have for you, you'll need to call me quickly on this as a regular viewer, you'll know what's about to happen. 0800 644 655 is a free phone number in the UK landlines, or alternatively on JewelleryMaker.com. But what I've got for you here is a totally natural selection of emeralds, sapphires and a faceted graduated strand, as well as fancy sapphires. You've got rubies there as well. 100%. 2 by 1 millimeter they start at to 3 by 1 millimeter. It's an 18 centimeter strand, and these are flying out the door now. I had about 170 of them. Cass is with us as well, and Wes, what a lovely day. Loads and loads coming up for you. What do you reckon for 10 carats of sapphires, emeralds, rubies, and fancy pink sapphires in there too? What do you reckon I could do for you? £50. I already told you it wasn't £50. £40. £29.95. £29.95. No. No. This is almost, not quite, but almost as spectacular as our guest designer. The price point combined with what you're about to get, it's so wrong that it's almost right. Even producer Mike, director Mike just went, pardon? Pardon? Hillary in County Durham has got 4. This is not a usual price for something like this. In fact, if we have a look on the website, what sort of prices are we looking at for a strand of emeralds and rubies and sapphires? Do you think because we didn't put it, oh, we did put rubies in the title. I was going to say because we didn't put rubies in the title, maybe that's why we dropped the price, but no. Flying at the door with 30 already allocated. Great to see you. Karen's in there, Anne's in there, Celia's in there, Suki's in, Jean's in. It's a very, very busy day. It's lovely to see you. Lots and lots of treats are coming your way. If you fancy some emeralds, I've got a 100 centimetre strand, so a metre of emeralds coming your way. Remember the 90 centimetre strand of rubies yesterday? Well, it's very, very similar in its look, although it's an emerald, but I mean on its length and its graduation. These are tremendous. With 45 gone, 29 baskets. Phil, how much would you love me if I asked you to put the quantity on the screen? Eek. Eek. Anonymous in Essex has gone for 5. Bear in mind the quantity will take a wee while to catch up. There's lots and lots of you there, and lots of multi-bids. And as I said, talking of tremendous, talking of treats, talking of spectacular, yeah, I'm talking about Rachel Norris. It's our guest designer of the day. Rachel, it's so good to see you.
Hello, Ellie, lovely to see you too today. Oh my goodness, we've got lots and lots of things to show you today.
We definitely do, don't we?
Oh yes, I can't wait to actually bring. I've got some marine themes, tropical sea themes, and we've got Egyptian lotus flowers, and teamed up with a really beautiful British bird, which I wanted to bring onto the screens because. To give it a little bit of a show on air. Yes. It's
going to be lovely. So not only are you going to get to see some design inspirations for today, you're going to get some treats as well that only those of you watching today's show will get a wee exclusive on. And we might do a very special opportunity on 3 of Rachel's DVDs, part 1, 2 and 3. Oh yes, something very special for those of you who've very kindly taken the time to tune in and join us today for Rachel's special show. And it is a very special show, as well as the treats we've got. Rachel has got so much for you. We've already got messages coming in for Rachel, so we'll get those on for a screen. If you want to contact us either on JewelleryMaker.com, or I'll show you the wee text number in a moment. Hi all, lovely to see Rachel back on GM. I can't wait to see her designs. I am in awe of all of her skills. I'm 100% with you, Hazel, and see what you see when you see what she's made today. Well, I'm going to be honest, I hope Rachel doesn't mind me telling everybody, but Rachel sent me a sneaky peek picture the other day, and my jaw was past the computer keyboard and on the floor, literally blown away. This lady is endless talent. She's a superstar in every sort of aspect of her life, not just in jewellery making. She's an incredible woman, and she's been seen in museums. Goodness me, what is there that you haven't done, Rachel? It might be quicker to say that.
Parachute jump.
Parachute jump.
And I don't think I ever will. Goodness.
I'm with you there. I'm 100% with you there. No, we can't have that. We can't have Rachel jumping out of a plane. I'd be too concerned. No, Amelia, I will not tell her to do it. I will not do it either. With a parachute. No, Amelia. Amelia loves her sort of fun, and I bet you would jump off a bungee as well, Amelia, wouldn't you? She's already done it. I'm not a bungee jumper, no. Scares me. No. Yeah, no. Deb Rudge is the same. She's just said no. She's more likely to get it tangled around her neck, which I'm probably the same. I don't understand why I would want to go head first for something. I was given feet for a reason. Feet first, that's the way it goes. That's for me. 62 is the quantity. Well, it was a quantity. They're being allocated very, very quickly. There was 171 originally. If there's any left, we may recap this, but I doubt that's going to happen. At $9.95, with the amount of multi-bids that's coming through here, Well done you. I'd print out the authenticity certificate, I would. Of course you would. At that price point, it's free to print it out. Just like when you print out your, I don't know, flight tickets or train tickets, just print it out and you've got your authenticity certificate. And if you want to laminate it, you can do that. You don't need a fancy...
That's a good idea.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking if you want to show it off and people get their fingerprints on it, if you print it out in colour and you laminate it, why not?
You can do about 18 in a go, don't you, on one sheet.
Yeah.
So, because they're about this, how big are they?
They're like credit card size.
Yeah, so you can do quite a few at a time. Good idea.
Ooh. I was also thinking, it might be a good idea, I don't know what you think, but for those, if you are making jewellery with it as opposed to just keeping it as a strand for yourself or making jewellery for yourself, if you wanted to maybe give an authenticity certificate to each person who you give a piece of jewellery made from this strand with, might be a nice sort of finishing touch. I know somebody who sells, it's completely off the topic, but signed photographs of or not signed photographs, sorry, signed footballs or signed football shoes or signed football tops. And what they do is they take a picture of that said footballer or cricketer or whatever the sport they may be signing the football or the cricket bat or the shoe, and then they put a picture of the person signing it with the signature at the same time. So it's quite a nice that was signed for you, but obviously they could duplicate that picture for lots of people who got things signed for them, but it's still, that was at the moment it was getting signed. I think it's quite nice. But yes, if you wanted to print a couple of copies, if you're going to make 4 pieces of jewellery, you might print out 4. If you were going to make 5, you might print out 5 and just say, obviously the entire carat weight isn't in your piece of jewellery, but there is a good wee, that's what it's from. This is the selection strand that it actually came from. Now, Isle of Wight, lovely to see you. South Yorkshire, Angus, Staffordshire, Lancashire. Lots of you coming through. Plenty in baskets, and I've only got 40, 30 odd left. 25 in baskets. Do check it out. Would you like to see it with some pearls? Well, actually, I say that. I've got some shell pearl. I do have some lovely pearls coming up, but they're in another box beside the room. But if you can sort of forgive me for putting them with not what I said, but a shell pearl, you can maybe envisage, even with it, actually at that price point, probably we wouldn't mind putting them with shell pearl. I love shell pearl, but usually pearls and sapphires of this sort of quality are a higher price point, so it makes it actually really affordable jewellery, doesn't it? Really stylish. Look, quite a few messages coming through. Actually, in Rachel's first kit, there's some pearls in saying that. I can't shout it, Phil, but it's in my head that I'm shouting because it's in capitals. OMG! Whoa, whoa, whoa! The amazing and spectacular Mrs. Rachel Norris! 5 exclamation marks. I love that. That was from Louise. Jean in Derbyshire. Hi Rachel, can't wait to see what you make. No, in capitals, no housework. Dinner will be late tonight. And that's Jean Helliwell, 2 J's Creative Days.
Thank you, Jean. Yes, I'll hope to be popping up to see you at some stage later in the year. Yeah,
oh,
I hope to do. Yeah.
A wee message from Michelle as well. Please can I have a signed picture of Rachel? She's my favourite jewellery designer. I've added in the word favourite, but I'm sure that's what you meant anyway.
I've just had my photograph taken. That's
today?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Was it one of those ones where they make you stand up against the wall and you're like...
I just look frightened.
Oh,
really
I bet
frightened.
you do.
And my hair is explosive today because I haven't, my hairbrush decided not to come with me. So,
oh, and I said I had mine as well. I think you look lovely though.
Do you know, I've had to just make do. It's all right.
I had a hairbrush and this is what happened.
Photoshop all the bits out, and then the 10 years younger button on the Photoshop, he's got that one of those.
Has he? You didn't use it on me.
Anyway.
Do you want to see my picture? It'll make you feel better. Where is mine? This is hilarious. Oh yeah, I've got mine was taken 9 years ago. I look like Miss Piggy. I'm gonna hide the number because that tells you what number I am. So if you want to log in the company as me, but look, I look like actually scared Miss Piggy. Look at that.
No, you look lovely. Oh, you look lovely.
9 years ago.
Yeah, styled.
That was me trying to be cool and funky, like do some sort of something with my hair. I tried again today, but clearly went wrong. Yeah, there we go. Fresh out of college, exactly. Performing arts. I don't know, diploma course, whatever you want to call it. £9.95. I'll leave that there. Once everybody checks out, I won't have enough. So try and check it out. And if you only go for one, there might be some, but if in doubt, check it out. That's why I always say, do you want to get in contact with us? If you've not got a website with you, if you've not got a website, Your message is on the text message on 60777. So all you need is a wee mobile phone and put JM Studio at the start of the text message. So the letters, you'd say J, I say JM Studio at the start of it, and then that will come straight through our studio, because we share that across the 5 studios in this one building. We all have the same text number, and I noticed somebody else had that text number as well on a TV show when I was watching it the other day. So do put JM Studio at the start to make sure it comes through to us, and then your message. And if you keep it to one text message, we'll get the whole message. If you don't, if it goes over a text message, then we only get the first half. So do try and keep it to one so we can read it all, or send 2 separately, whichever you prefer. But normal network charges, so whatever that is, 7p, 14p for a text. It doesn't add on £1.50 or anything. It's just whatever your normal text would be, a couple of pennies. Right. Could it possibly be 15 minutes away to get to join Rachel Norris on a design inspiration? Oh yeah, before that though. Phil, you're notorious for these. I thought we were banned from doing nugget bundles. We should be. Well, Martha's away, and sales manager Scott yesterday was doing some right naughty deals, and I was present, so I reckon he can't tell you off. He approved his own bundles. Yeah, I reckon we could take him. I reckon we could come out with some sort of well-worded, logical reason as to why Phil today has done a bundle that we're not allowed to do. Nuggets. Can you go wrong with nuggets? I don't know.
They add so much impact. They're cost-effective, and you can cluster them together, and you get a massive sort of block of colour so easily because they fit together. You don't get gaps between them. So if you fill a space up in the filled gap of a pendant, or or twist them together, they fit together, and you've got that massive block of colour you can use. With,
they sort of nestle in, don't they?
Yes, yeah, and I love that about them. And also you've got the textures from them as well, so they're catching the light at all different angles.
It's ticking every box then, isn't it?
It's lovely, yeah, and they're not expensive. I mean, look at how, I don't know how much that's going to be, but it looks like there's a lot of
15 double strands.
Yes.
Phil? 15 double, well, I call them double strands. On average, our strands are usually about 38 centimetres. These are all over 80. I've got Amazonite, Prehnite, Blue Lace Agate, Clear Quartz, Pink, Opal, Natural from Australia, Ruby, Zoisite, Natural from Tanzania. Well, they're all natural, but I get excited when I get natural opals, natural rubies, Ruby Zoisite. Natural moonstone, multicoloured, dendritic opal, malachite. When do you ever get malachite nuggets? Tiger's Eye Blue Charleston, green aventurine, unakite, lavender amethyst, and rose quartz. Ticking every single box. Each one is over. Ooh, Blue Lace Agate. Well, that's odd. It says it's 36 inches, but it looks slightly longer than that to me. Ooh, right. So over 3,000 carats, 15 strands, incorporating ruby zoisite, incorporating blue lace agate, incorporating pink opals, all totally natural, amethyst. So gemstones, you know, like your clear quartz, your amethyst, and your rose quartz. Maybe you've touched a little bit on moonstone. Unakite you might not have. Tiger's Eye you probably have. You've got yourself your dendritic opal, possibly haven't seen that either. You've got yourself blue Charleston, you may have seen. Green aventurine, well that's pretty special. You may have seen it, may not. That's this one. If you get them home and you can't work out what one's what, take a wee picture and drop me a message. I'll help you. But if we go through it this way, we've got your amethyst. You've got your peach multicoloured moonstone, so it's got peaches, silvers and whites in there. Your amazonite, your lovely blues. You've got your clear quartz, your malachite. So malachite comes from the Greek word for mallow, meaning herb. Yeah, so if you think of the greenest sort of herby colour, that's your malachite. You've got your natural pink opals here. You've got yourself your ruby zoisite, which is mainly green, which is a host rock of the zoisite, sorry. And then the rubies, look at that, that's an actual ruby. You see it? Gorgeous, forming on the surface of your zoisite. Tiger's Eye in here, I'm sure you're going to get that one. It's the only one that's kind of chocolatey and golden, and it's got this wonderful optical effect. Talking of optical effects, you've got aventurine, that has another optical effect, shimmering with the inclusions within the stone. You've got your blue Charleston and your blue lace agate. This one is your Charlestonite. This one is your rose quartz. This one's your prehnite. It's a green version of amethyst. Then you've got yourself your blue lace agate, slightly bigger nuggets than the blue lace agate, so that might help you tell the difference between that and your blue chalcedony. And then dendritic opal is the ones that looks like a sort of Japanese artwork painting. And then you've got unakite, which is like your peaches and greens, which make me think of a particular lady who does bags that have flowers on the big flowery patterns, sort of English rose patterns. So it should be about only £47 for all of it. No way. That's silly. We're going to go where you are having a kid on. No way, Jose. For 15 of them, remember you can do your memory style bangles, you can just feed them on the memory wire and give yourself a lovely bracelet. Top sellers from one of our guest designers, Mark Smith. Maybe you want to join us and treat yourself to some nuggets to do some of the designs, of course, that our gorgeous Rachel suggested, mixing it with wire, nestling them in together, creating a big effect. You've got that option. Or maybe you want to make just a simple stretchy bracelet. Maybe you just simply want to loop it over your head and give yourself a long necklace in every colour possible. Lovely, lovely. $29.95, 10 have already gone, there's only 40 available. So if you're wondering how the price has been reduced and why the price has been reduced, by bundling something together, what it allows my producer to do is clear 14 volt spaces in the vault. Now 14 is a huge amount. Normally in this sort of time scale we do maybe 2 opportunities, 2 vault locations, but by bundling them all together we can clear 15 vault locations, and the price and the time, the time it would normally take us to do 2. So if you think about, Phil, can you add it up for me? Forgive me. We do normally about 3 minutes each opportunity on average. So 3 times 15, 30, 45. So 45 minutes of airtime, which costs per minute, or 6 minutes. That's not even, that's 2 opportunities time. So we can cut a huge chunk off. So as long as they're allocated, it's better for us to get turnover and rather than have dead stock just lying in the vault. And the only reason it would be lying there is because we don't physically have 45 minutes to do each nugget strand. So put them all together.
Better to bundle them, and actually it's easier to think about buying them in bundles. You've already got the palette to work with. I quite like that. It's quite an incentive, isn't it? You know, having a lot of different colours in front of you to work with.
And if you can't quite make your mind up which one to go for, it gives you a big selection. You don't have to choose.
Yes, because you've got your earth tones, you've got very fresh spring tones, aqua tones. I mean, look at those browns, and these are jades in the middles, and then you've got the teals and the baby blues. I mean, you've got some fantastic...
Should we do a wee colour graduation? Should we layer it up? Should we try? I'm not very good at this. Mark Smith would be having a wee upset if he saw me doing this. A wee question on from Alicia. Hiya. Hi Fab GM team. Ali, did you say all of the strands are natural? They absolutely 100% are. Phil's told me, and you get your authenticity certificate to print out too. So there we go. All natural. Yes. Wonderful or wonderful. Just going to move some blues in between. With over half the stock allocated, join me as and when you can, but don't delay. As they say, do it today. Haha. And don't be shy, give us a try. I like that one as well. Move that one down here. I kind of graduated it a little bit. It's not, it gives you an idea. It's not superb, but it's there. Love or love? Love it. Very much excited about that. Enjoy. Oh, I've got fancy wee earrings here. Can I show everyone these? Are these ours? Well, these are lovely. You didn't show me these earlier. 925 sterling silver, heart earring shepherd hooks. Well, they're lovely. You do get a pair. I just picked up one. Are you hot in here, Rachel, as well? Oh, it's really hot.
Yeah.
Are we able to turn it down a little bit? I was getting ready to do a wee strip. Oh, I've got my hair bobble on my wrist. Sorry. Oh, it's that noise, isn't it? I was feeling it. I was thinking, I'm going to have to take this jacket or cardigan off in a minute. I'm glad you were feeling the same. Wonderful.
I'm at the age where I just actually have my own internal combustion engine, so you just literally just overheat so easily. unfortunately. But there we are, and so yes, I'm a bit hot.
I'm the same as you. I remember I passed out once in the YMCA shower because it was too hot. I used to live in the YMCA. I did. When I was studying in London, I used to live in the Young Men's Christian Association.
Oh.
Is that what it stands for? YMCA? I should know. I lived there for 2 years. Yep. It was right opposite my college in Barbican, so it was perfect.
Yeah.
Saved me an absolute fortune. Right. And there's a wee particular bar around the corner that if you do the dance and say it's fun to live at the YMCA, they let you in for free. Because actually it's fun to live at the YMCA. Right. It was loads of fun. Anyway, sorry. What was next, Mookie? Yeah. Oh, it wasn't so fun when everybody put their TV in my room over the summer holidays, though. The television man came to check everybody had their license for the television, and everybody, because I was staying in the YMCA for a wee bit longer, put all their TVs in my room. So I was like, oh yeah, that's fine.
License fees. Oh, poor you.
I had a fee for mine, but not for all of their TVs.
No. Yeah.
But apparently they didn't have any aerials in them, and they only worked with video cassette players, so they didn't watch the television on them, they just watched movies on them, so it was fine. I was like, what? So yeah, don't let people put their TVs in your room. Here's me thinking I was a helpful hand. They wouldn't have to pay for it to be stored over the summer holidays, they could just leave it in my room.
Yes.
Last time I do that. 150 carats, 20 carats, 25 carats, 300 carats, 30 carats, 80 carats gives you a total of 605 carats. Did you like my maths there, Rachel? Phil actually gave me the answer.
That's amazing. It's still amazing.
Oh, it is on the graphics as well. Oh, I didn't even read that. Shows what I'm looking at, doesn't it? I have 3 mil, 3 mil, 8 mil, 12 by 8 mil, 4 mil, and 9 by 6 mil. Oh, a lovely selection, right? Let's get these in order. So 2 of your 3 mils, 1 strand of 4 mils. So many people know these is your CD bead size, 3 mils. I wouldn't have said 4 mils, but the other day we were told that 4 mil could be a CD bead size.
Well, it's going to be a middle bit of a pattern. Yes, it's just about on the upper edge, isn't it? But it's great for eyes. Eyes for little creatures and details.
Do you think the colour's quite good for eyes?
Yes.
The kind of, well, you get some that are mustardy colour. I don't think another gem can give you that same mustard colour.
Rhubarb and custard, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. Love these. And the funny thing is, they're actually made from creatures. That's what they are.
Oh.
Thousands of tiny microscopic creatures make up Mookai. Isn't that crazy?
What type of creatures are they? Like little
no idea.
Sea creatures?
Tiny little things in Mooka in Australia, in the Mooka Creek. So maybe
Would it be an old
creatures.
seabed or something years
Maybe.
ago or something? Yes.
I don't know.
Oh.
Should I get my book out and see? Should I? It's not good enough quantity for me to read my book. 30 left. Phil won't let me read my book. Want to read my book? Do you know my book's on sale? It's not my book. Somebody messaged very kindly the other day and asked about the book I was reading. It's The Lure of the Gems, which is actually on sale in the call centre. They've just got a delivery, just yesterday I think. Yesterday or the day before. So you can buy the book that I use. It's like my little Bible. It's my Bible. When I first started here, I walked about with it in my hand every single day. People used to laugh at me. They were like, you got your Bible with you, Ali? I was like, yep. My Jewellery Maker one. Gemstone one. So I've got for you 6 strands, I nearly said 5 there. 3 mils, 2 3 mils, a 4 mil, then a variety which go from 8 mil plain round. These ones graduate. You've got 9 by 6 mil and then 12 by 8 mil. 5 strands. It looks very autumnal for me. And I love autumn colours. That's me to a T. Love them. Beiges and browns and creams.
Which I like. Well, it's lovely to wear colours for all seasons, and I love autumn. Is particularly, we're lucky in this country to have autumn. Not all countries have an autumn in the same way, so we can celebrate it with the colours here. And people are starting to buy for autumn, aren't they? Already, and thinking ahead because they've already made their summer stuff. And so if you want to stock up there it is.
And do you think for only £20 for the 6 of them, as you suggested, good for sort of eyes, maybe just good to have in your stash, maybe the smaller sizes. You might be able to just pick up and use as and when you need them.
I think all of those sizes will fit into these designs in some way, actually, that I'm making today. I used a lot of, are they 3mm and 4mm?
Yep, 3mm, 4mm.
A lot of those will fit into these sort of designs, actually, would work.
Ooh, and we've got some antique bronze wire as well, so that might be quite lovely together with it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yes.
Ooh, there's an idea. Rachel's kits, I'm pretty sure, as always, will sell out very, very quickly. So you might want to even just put the code down in this one, just in case you miss out. I hope you don't, obviously, but if for any reason you do, you can maybe add this in and try some of the designs with these if we don't manage to get you. We've got about 90 of each, 90 of one and 70 of our other kits, so I would always jot the code down of something you sort of fancy. Whether you go for it or not, at least you've got the code and you can remember what it was and the price. For £20 you've got OVGC85. It's easier than phoning the call centre and saying, you know that Mookite one that was on? Because bear in mind they answer the phone to 5 different channels, or 4 different channels. One of them's more internet based solely, because that's what I do. I phone them up and I'm like, oh yeah, it was the oh, what one was it? I'm an absolute nightmare, I am. So do as I do, not as I say. No, do as I say, not as I do. That's what I meant. Right, white. Oh, these are lovely. Had a look at these a moment ago. Oh, Phil and I were getting quite excited about these. Phil's my producer today. He's getting excited. He's going to his first wedding reception today, aren't you, Phil? Oh, first for a while, but you have been to one before. Oh, well, that's not exciting then. I thought it was your first ever. No. I've only been to a couple of weddings. Yeah. It's the first one you haven't had to film.
We haven't had one for a while in the family. We're waiting for the next one. And,
oh, really?
Yeah, and her parents didn't marry, so we're just sort of hoping that she just gets married, because we're all looking forward to it.
Oh, how lovely.
We're all dropping the hints, poor girl. So,
oh.
Yeah. Well, I hope she does.
How funny. Well, I got a bouquet. I don't know what that means.
Ah.
Apparently. Means I've got to find a decent vase. Thanks, Phil. Well, I'm going to a wedding. I'm going to my brother's wedding, and I've just been to one. So this, for me, is probably the most weddings ever. 2 in 1 year.
Yeah.
Very excited.
Yes.
What should we do for the 2 of these? Lovely white shell pearl. Really good size. They're coming in at a perfect 6mm round, and 14 by 10mm for the black shell flat pairs. Now, the name, you like to call them, and I quite like this, Phil. My producer likes to call them black abalone, because it gives them the colours that you look for in an abalone, but like a black version.
I have just, and what size are they?
They are 14 by 10mm.
I've just made a design up for a DVD we filmed this morning, using similar, slightly larger ones than that, but it would work, actually. Just saying.
That sounds quite exciting. So many of you, I'm sure the majority of you tuning in today, will all know our Rachel, unless you're maybe a new viewer. For both. £6.95. Oh well, I'd put this aside and wait for the DVD to come out. That's what I would do.
Because I like black lip muscle colours, aren't they?
They are.
Really beautiful, greeny, really beautiful dark greeny colours come out of that, and they've got rainbows in them, but they're dark, and that means they go with copper wire really well. That colour actually.
Yeah.
So I teamed it up with copper. One. Yeah, that's what I did. Lots of little copper beads as well.
Phil, sorry, my producer is like, Rachel's amazing. She's actually using the gizmo while talking to you at the same time.
Well, I'm not. It's come apart, but there we go. I was looking professional, and then it all fell apart. And
oh no, it's a table. Our table's too wide for the gizmo, really, isn't it? To sort of anchor.
Well,
it.
it's not yet. It's not got a lip. It needs a bigger lip.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll get there.
We need a bigger lip on our table. Need to send an email. The post show notes don't exist anymore, so I can't do those. We used to do a wee post show notes, Rachel.
Yeah,
remember?
of important, useful things that come up, because actually, it's really ususeful though if viewers come in with tips and things and products that they want.
It's perfect, isn't it?
Bring it back.
But yeah, they've abandoned them. I think they're just restructuring them. They'll be doing them again.
Good.
But yeah, I'm still on about getting a new chair. I want the ones they have in our sister channel. They're like little buckets, and you sit in them, and it's really cozy. And just like
so you can't slip off. You can't slip off.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm going to fall off the side. Love it. Right, are you ready for it? Oh, I can't believe it. It's already happening. I've been waiting for months for this. It's time for Design Inspiration 1 with Rachel Norris. Yay! Are you ready? It's the most beautiful treat. You are going to fall head over heels in love with what Rachel has made. Before you see what Rachel's made, we're going to give you some treats. In fact, I'm going to show you exactly what you get. I'm going to show you everything you've got so you can either try and make Rachel's designs, get inspiration. I know, well, for me it would be trying. Maybe you're good enough to keep up and do it, but you might wish to take inspiration for them and make something of your own. This is what you will need. 100% you need it. It's available for you, ZAGC53. Now we have people who buy this before they even see what Rachel's made, because they know what Rachel's made is going to blow their mind, so they want it. They're straight in, they don't hesitate, they don't delay. Rachel has, as many of you will know, as many of our guest designers do, have a huge following. There's people like myself who will tune in just to see Rachel, just to see what she's up to, and I know you're going to love what she makes, so try and get this as soon as you can. Let's have a wee look at what you're getting.
Oh, bless.
Thank you, bless you, Rachel. Sorry, thank you for blessing me, I was sneezing. Forgive me. Right, 5 strands for you. You have Amazonite puffy ovals, 18 by 13 mil, 240 carats, all the way from Russia. You have for yourself right in the middle, really gorgeous size. Look at those. 2 mil rounds of natural hematite. So lustrous. 15 carats of those. Easily 38 centimeters. Sky blue apatite. I don't agree with that. For me, this is just apatite. I don't know why they're calling it sky blue. This is just apatite.
Sea glass colour. It's absolutely beautiful.
Isn't it?
It really is. Having worked with it, the sea glass. You know, that's why I went for the marine theme and the sea with it.
It's almost like you're in a glass bottom boat, and you're just looking at the perfect tropical sea. That's apatite for me. So you've got that as well. They come in at 6x4 to 8x4. 8x4 as well, yep. 20 centimeter strand for your 40 carats. Then we have genuine white culture pearls. They're 6x5 millimeter. A really lengthy strand again. They're 30 centimeters, 38 centimeters, forgive me. And then finishing off, they're really round, aren't they? Finishing off with your lapis lazuli. Great graduation. 3 mil they start at, and they graduate up to 6 mil.
Which is really useful, because I was able to use different sized lapis rather than buy 6 different strands of different sizes.
Like I
had one strand to pick out and choose sizes of gemstone that fitted into the design. So I found that really, really useful to have the graduated
It's just
sizes.
at your fingertips.
I thought, thank you for sending me that one.
Yay! So that's totally natural. Sometimes you dye lapis lazuli as other gemstones to get a deeper colour, but they're actually that intense themselves. We haven't dyed them at all. They're totally natural. It's a 29 centimeter strand for the lapis lazuli. Then, oh my goodness gracious me, with Rachel Norris you need it. You need your wire. But I think we have covered you here for a wee while. 2 gauges in the 0.8, or 2 reels in the 0.8 mil, with 10 meters of each, and then you have a gauge of 1 mil with 10 meters. That's 30 meters in total. 2 of them are 0.8, so 20 meters of 0.8 mil, and 1 in your 1 mil. So it's 30 meters in total. Then silver plated copper wire of 0.25 mil. Oh no, I'm over here, Wes, sorry. Yeah, you wouldn't think you get more wire, would you? 100 meters of 0.25 mil sterling silver plated copper wire. 100 meters in your 0.4 as well. That's your 0.25, that's your 0.4. 100 meters of each. and then 10 meters of 0.8 silver plated copper wire. Amazing or amazing? You get all of it. That's how many? No, it must be more than that. 240 meters. Yeah, no, that's right. 100 in the 0.25, 100 in the 0.4, 10 in the 0.8, 10 in the 0.8 again, 10 in the 0.8 again, 1 mil, which you get 10 of. Yeah, 240 meters of wire.
Yes, that's a lot, actually.
Now, this might be a crazy question, Rachel, but by any chance, did you finish all the wire?
Do you know, I used up the 1 mil, but with all the preparation, I made the seahorses, the dolphins. I made the seahorse 8 times, 8 times in different layers.
Eight seahorses. Oh yeah, we've got seahorses coming up today. I didn't tell you that, did I?
The dolphins.
Didn't tell you we had dolphins.
And everything all came out, and I've still got 0.25 left after making it. It's an enormous amount, actually, and the odd mistake here and there.
So just to make the few that you made, without any preparation.
I used the larger gauge. I don't think I used all the 0.8 either. So no, I didn't use it all up. I used the one up, but I didn't use up all the others, and that was making all the stages as well with that.
Oh yeah, you're seeing it. It is the premiere of the seahorse, isn't it gorgeous? Oh my word, from this very kit. So you need it all. Should be £75, £45, but sorry? Say, oh, whoa. Say that again, please. No way. Well, this is wrong. From was it £79? £75, 45.
Oh, there's some beautiful gemstones in there and a lot of wire.
Well, Veronica got 2 at 79 odd pounds. She hasn't paid that. You're only paying £39 each. Hold on a minute. Phil, my maths isn't superb at this moment in time because my brain's a bit foggy today, but can you just tick? What's the difference between buying 2 of these at this price to 1 at full price? It's about £10–15.
Yeah.
39.95 times 2, and then the difference between that and 75.45. So what's the difference of? Like £5? You're working it out, sorry.
Sorry.
Whoa! £4.45 of difference from what it should have cost to if you buy 2.
Yes, gosh, actually.
I need to lie down.
I think if I was putting one piece up on the website, you'd recoup your cost of your kit with one of the necklaces
absolutely.
You make. So actually, it's worth it. And there was so much left over. Yeah. I could have made so many more pieces with it. I didn't have time because I've got to work a little bit slowly at the moment.
Yeah.
But sorry.
I'm taking wires with me.
So I could have made double the amount. I had so much left over. Gemstone wire. I've got them. So much left over. I could have made loads, so that I could have made all those necklaces again easily. So
these are flying out the door. I cannot congratulate you, Phil. I don't know how you've just done that. He doesn't know.
Well, I just hope you enjoy it.
Talk us through them.
I had such a lot of fun actually because they're such beautiful colours, and when you have beautiful colours to work with,
does it make it easier?
Yes. So I started off with the dolphin.
So that's this one here.
Yeah, and then I made another one, and I wanted to make a.
Let's bring it closer to
it's
you.
almost like.
Oh, sorry.
It should spread wider, and what they are, it's like they're Mediterranean leaping dolphins. And with this little side details, I wanted it to almost look like a Turkish Mediterranean feel to it. So
it's 100%.
Wonderful silver finding, the wonderful findings kit, which you've got these little silver balls in.
Yeah.
And then I wanted them to be happy. They have to have a happy face. I have to make sure they're smiling, happy dolphins, and they're leaping. So
I love the eye. Actually looks like it's alive. The eye is just perfect, isn't it?
I did enjoy making it. Also, it's lovely when you get the face right. There was just little fishes. Again, the little gemstones, because they're lovely and flat. You can make them into little fishes and little shapes, and they work so well as little links to lie flat against the skin. Again, and then on into the seahorse. So I've got horrible fingers. Need Ali to show the gemstones off, not me.
No, don't be daft.
And then the seahorse, which is such fun actually. There's and then the pearls, because the seahorse has to go with pearls. You've got the incrustations round. So what I did is I wound, I put 1mm wire into the gizmo rod, and then because I won't be demonstrating that little bit, threaded pearls onto the 0.6 wire, and then what I did was wound as a gizmo along the 1.1 wire and 1mm wire, and then added on the pearls, swirled around the pearls a little bit, and then carried on winding. So they're incorporated into the gizmo coil like that, and then twisted them together and became lots of pearls, of barnacle, encrusted, seaweedy effect.
Imagine that's like what a mermaid would go through, pearls and seaweed. I'd get like stuck in like jellyfish.
So we're going to
do
the seahorse today. Actually, if you'd like to do that. And
yes, absolutely. Now, just to let you know, did we put the quantity on screen? No. Right, there's 10 left. I have more than 10 in baskets. I don't mean to rush you, but do check them out as soon as you can. I'm going to get a few of your messages on straight away. Una, lovely to hear from you. You've said, well done, Rachel. Stunning work again. Love from Una.
Una is a fabulous wire worker, actually. She is a skilled artist in her own right. We see her pieces. Oh, it's the other way. I've got that back to front, that little fish.
Do you want me to turn it round?
Oh yeah, it's all the way around. Sorry, it's all right. And
oh gosh, it looked amazing. The problem is, it looks amazing from both directions.
The back of the fish. And that's my panicky, sort of quickly rushing to the studio bit. And Una is fantastic.
And Julie's message in to say, Rachel, you're truly awesome.
Thank you.
We all
agree. It's not very good at all, but it's lovely actually. Thank you. It's a real boost actually.
Veronica's dropped me a message as well. Yeah, I am a bit greedy. I have bought 2. I can't help it. Rachel, you are amazing, talented artist, and a lovely lady to boot.
Thank you.
100% agree with you there,
I can't wait to see
Veronica.
what you make then with it, because the colours are beautiful, and the shape of the appetite fits in perfectly with the shape of the seahorse.
Body, doesn't it? The body of the dolphin as well. Love it. Rachel, I'll let you take it away.
Well, first of all, I looked at seahorses, and I looked at tattoos of seahorses, because I wasn't allowed to look at any wirework seahorses. I'm not allowed in my head to do that. I have to,
because of course that might make you.
It's got to come from me. So that's what I did, and I just got a seahorse. I just made a seahorse shape, and then so that photograph is going to be on the website. This little seahorse shape. So you'll be able to print it out hopefully, and then use it as a template. And that's what I did to make my 8 seahorses exactly the same.
Oh, that's perfect.
You can see how many they're all little lined up.
Oh
with the seahorses.
wow, they're all lined across the table as well.
And I used about 60 to 70 centimetres of 1mm wire, and bend it in the middle and start at the tail end. Now these days with these fine chain nose pliers that we have, I tend to use them to make the curves even now, but if you feel unhappy about doing that, start to make it with the round nose pliers. So what I've done is I'm going to get this gizmo out of the way actually, because I don't really
want
want
me to move it for you? I'll move it for you.
Sorry,
no, you carry on and I'll get rid of this.
Because I'm left-handed and I tend to go.
So am I.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, the best people are.
Hey. I'll sit it there for now.
Very spatially aware. And then I pressed here at the tail end and just did a swirl round, so you can use this little seahorse as a template. Even if you don't want to do the rest of the design, make up the template and fill it with gemstones. Just fill the whole thing, the body, with gemstones as you want, because once you've got the template you can work with that, you know?
Yep.
So I probably haven't quite cut enough wire. Let's have a little look. We'll see. Swing the tail around. What I'm going to do is do the front of the body first, and just start to make some little knobbly things to fit some beads in. I'm going to pick that up off the template, enough to fit this little hematites in. So I'm doing this fairly quickly. Spend your time. I'm using the tips of these chain nose pliers because they're so fine. They taper down to little fine points. These particular ones.
I was talking about that yesterday.
Almost
actually.
as good as round nose pliers, which are, you know, for forming little. So I'm doing 4 of them. If you find they're spaced out, just clench these together a little bit, and then squish this together, and you can bring them closer together so that they fit a bit more nicely into your template. And I will make this fairly quickly because I've got a finished one I can move on to, but it's just showing the basic process of wire forming that first shape using your template. Put your finger down, bring it down with your fingers to start forming that next shape. You do a little clamp movement there to make a little straight line for the jaw.
I'm standing with my jaw dropped.
Lower jaw, low lip, round we go. I'm doing this speed wire forming because normally you spend a bit more time, wouldn't you? Bring it up, take it away, off the paper to make that little...
Yeah, I'd be a good hour and I still wouldn't even have done the tail.
And then press it in, press it in.
I like the little mouth. Could you use that same shaped mouth for like a dragon?
Yeah, dragons, horses, because of course they, a dragon is meant to have the head of a horse, isn't it? That's the mythology of a dragon. I think I've got that right. Have I got that right?
I don't know, but I love horses and now I think I might like dragons too.
So I probably got that wrong, but there we go. And then
have these sold out? Sorry, Rachel.
Oh!
Have these gone? Phil? Have they sold out? He's too busy watching you. We've got 4 left. Check it out when you can. Have more than 4 people with it in your baskets. I know as much as we're engrossed in this, if you don't check it out, you don't get it, and then you can't make it.
Yes, you do.
So remember, you could always rewind it back, or you could always watch it on YouTube.
Have to be looking for the same shaped gemstones, which these are perfectly made for this. So I've made the front of the seahorse.
And is that with the 0.8, forgive me?
I've actually made it with 1. If you want to make a smaller one with smaller gemstones, go down to the 0.8.
Okay.
This 1mm wire is lovely. It's quite easy to work with, but it's also slightly, I suppose, half hard in its texture. Some of the new wires are slightly different in their hardness. So some are supplied half hard. Some are a bit softer than others, but I still found, even with my poorly hand, that it was okay to work with. I'm just forming the back fins at the moment. I'm forming it fairly quickly, but you can see how swinging around enough. Again, I've made this before, but what I did was when I first formed it, I just checked a little apatite would fit in. You see, a little apatite will fit in that little space.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you do some planning ahead as to what gemstones might fit in the little spaces.
Do you mind if I just... Oh, there it is. You've done it. I was literally just going to pop it down beside you just in case anyone's tuned in and wanted to see it.
What we're doing.
Yeah.
So 3 little fins shapes at the back. And, okay, spend a bit more time just to get that looking nice. There we go. And some lumpy bits at the back. Little wavy lumps. Again, spend a bit more time. They're probably a little bit too spaced out, but I think for time, I'd make a bit more.
Yeah, you would just
zigzag it a little bit to get it back. We're nearly at the top of the head, so this is slightly in the way. And then zoom round, shape it with your fingers round in the bail. It does help so much to have this drawing. And then if you want to make it again, you've got a little record of it to make it again. So you've got the bail done, balance that up, and then cut the bail wire. So that's the frame made. You can gently hammer it if you like. That's a little frame made. Obviously it's not perfect, and Are
you joking?
But,
how long did that take you? Like 4 minutes?
And then,
if even that?
What you should have done also beforehand is just check your gemstone will fit inside. So if you, that's why on the picture I've got a little circle there. So I've just checked there will be space for the gemstone, the main gemstone that you're making. So putting that to one side, I shall move on to the next stage.
Yeah.
Which is sort of, I suppose, is my best seahorse, or it wasn't too bad.
It's incredible. Looks
Now-
exactly the same to me, and you've just put that like, oh, that's that one done.
Yeah, so that's, I will be able to. So what we need to do is move from this stage to this stage
jaw
next.
dropped.
And this is 3 little stages. The best thing to do first is wire wrap along here with 0.4mm wire. Get that out of the way because you've got space to work within. And it does take a bit of time, and I'm not sure whether to. I'll just quickly show you a little bit of it. Just a short little bit of wire wrapping, and then I'll cut it off.
Okay.
So starting just at the edge of the little lumpy bump,
The lumpy
just start
bump, I love that.
to
Is
wire
that a
wrap
technical
round.
term?
Let me put my glasses on, darling, so I can't see. And then start to hand wrap round as tightly as you can, and fill in all the spaces. Push the wires together if they start to look as if they're separating, and if you see one crossing over the other, take it off. Sorry, you probably can't see.
No, you're fine.
If you see one crossing over the other, take it away or re-wrap, and then it looks neat and tidy. So basically you continue that. I'm going to cut that off now because we want to move on, but you know what I'm doing. I'm just winding all the way along the front and the back. So that's that technique. The next thing to do is to start off with a little tail. I'm going to use the same bit of wire because you need to use a lot longer bit of wire really to do the tail.
Can I just check the gauge of that one as well?
I'm going to use 0.25, but you've got 0.4 in this pack as well,
Yes,
so
you
it's
do.
quite okay to use 0.4.
Okay.
It's slightly harder wire, the 0.4 is, but it's okay to use 0.4, and 0.25 works beautifully.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
So if you've got 0.4, you can use it. So I'm going to use a little bit of a 2x2 weave, and I've got a very short bit of wire, and you need a lot longer really. I'll probably work with about just over 1 metre. I'm doing a 2x2 weave near the end. Do you know what? You don't do that, a fib. What you're going to do is just wrap round the end of the tail a little bit with wire. And imagine I have, because I need to cover the whole of the seahorse. So you need to wrap round the whole of the end of the tip with wire, and wrap round the end, leaving a little space. Then you start to wrap using the first two is a 2x2 figure of 8 weave. You see, it's a very simple weave, but what we're going to do is, because we've got a shorter space to travel around the inner edge of the tail compared to the outer edge of the tail, we need to have more wraps around the outer edge of the tail.
Can I just bring you over just that wee bit? Perfect.
So we're actually going to do 6 wraps on the outer edge compared to 3 or 4 on the inner edge, and that will bring you round fairly rapidly round the arc of the tail. And what we're going to do, the first wraps are bare and free of beads, but on the next pass up and down we're going to add in a little hematite bead. So I'm going to wrap this round the base and then add on a bead ready for my next pass up. I would have actually wrapped around about 3 or 4 times and pass it up. And let's get a bead up on there, and I'll just show also there. The hematite bead comes in. I'm going to throw beads everywhere.
I love that you've got your sticky mat.
It's brilliant. Actually,
Aren't they awesome?
Yeah, it's brilliant because I use it for forming shapes on. I use it for yes, because it's a great impression surface. So you press the paper onto the bead mat, and you've got a little lovely soft surface. I've added a bead on here, and I'm going to wrap on 6 on the top. It's great for setting cabochons on because it's a soft surface and you're not going to break the cabochon when you're pressing onto it. And also your beads don't roll around, and also it's measuring. You've got measuring mat. It's ever so useful. I didn't think I'd find it so useful as I do, and I really do.
That's
I carry it
awesome.
with me everywhere.
Every time I've gone to get one, they've sold out. I've missed out on them.
Fabulous. They really are. They're well worth the money actually if you can get one.
Oh yay!
So carry on with that. I'm just going to quickly show the addition of a lapis on the end. So pick a nice shape and a colour lapis, and you're filling out little end space of tail up with 1 wrap round, and I've used quite a short little length of wire, which is a pain, but I would have filled the whole end of the tail up with a little gripper row of wire, So that is why, if you've got small spaces to pass through, use your pliers, especially if you've got weak hands. Use the pliers to help you. So I fixed the lapis in place, and because it's 0.25 wire, I'm going to pass it through the lapis again, because you've got a second securement, and it effectively doubles it up to being a 0.4. And because I've kinked the wire, I can't do it. But imagine I have.
Yeah.
If you have kinked the wire,
I don't know how you could do that from that distance.
If you have kinked the wire, cut the end off. Sorry to talk over you. That was really rude of me.
No, it was me talking over you.
There, I've got it through now because I've cut the end of the wire, and then using the pliers to bring it through, wrap around the end of the tail again. Again, this looks a little bit messy because I haven't actually filled the end of the tail up properly, because I would have done. And then bezel wrap that lapis slightly. So what I'm doing is wrapping round that 0.25 millimetre wire around it, tuck it in and secure. And you've got to pull that in quite tight around the base of the gemstone to make sure it pulls in tight, so it forms like a little bezel wrap to secure that stone in. It looks very messy because I haven't actually managed to secure it properly because I didn't have time to wrap along. The next bit is and what you need to do is wrap along the tail until you're about just under halfway up the tail. Okay, and there's a stage picture of this on Facebook, so print it out and so you remember where to get to. Okay, then stop and you can cut the wire off.
Okay.
Okay, and to bail wrap the seahorse, takes a 0.6 millimetre wire and start to secure the top. And what I've done is made a little leaf shape, if you look at this, to fit inside the bail wires, so the little leaf shape fits inside, and that's going to make us a 4-wire bail. If you don't want to bother doing that, you can actually just do a bail wrap across both bail wires in a normal, you know.
So it depends what gauges of wire you've got, what you've got left,
and what you fancy doing. You don't have to do this bail. You could do your own bail.
I like this.
But you can actually just do a simple figure of 8 wrap all the way up and do the bail in that way. You don't have to add that extra section in. So leaving a small tail for doing things with later on, start to attach the top of the head of the seahorse together. So as long as, even if I talk through it, as long as you've got the points, you'll know what to do.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do, is cover actually how you make it at least, even if I can't show you all the technique, because you just can't, can you? It takes a day to make. And
I can imagine, you know, what I'm looking at all the different stages. Blown away.
So what we've got is a couple of figure of 8s, try and make it a bit neater than this, and then start to add in this inner bail segment. And first of all, because the spaces are quite small, you just do 2 wraps round both outer wires, pass it across in a figure of 8 off to the opposite and underside, and do 2 wraps around the other side, holding your wire near to where you're wrapping as much as possible. And this is the fiddly bit. After that, it will start to, I'm pushing the wires down to the base of the bail. After that, it should start to hold itself together much more easily, and it has already. So a couple more wraps across, both bail wires on either side in a figure of 8 2x2 weave. Then we're going to bring it up and change the ratio and exactly where we're going to be weaving. Now you've got a space. So what I want to do is bring it across from this outer one to the inner one once, and then across to the outer one, and weave 4 times. Was it 4 times or 3 times? 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is because the outer bail wire is longer than the inner bail wire, and because you're going across the inner bail wires twice, you need the outer bail wire wrap to catch up. So you do once round the inner bail in a figure of 8, literally once, and then across to the other side, and then you carry on and do 4 around the other, and then we'll move on to the next stage. So 1, 2, just around the outer one, 1, 2, 3, 4, just around the outer one, and then traverse back across using a single wrap only on the inner bail. Now, if they look like they're separating, use your pliers to push them down without cutting yourself. And if you have those rubber pliers or nylon pliers, do that too. and to keep the wraps together, because those look a little bit messy and separated. What you need to do is end up with a seahorse that looks a little bit like this. At the top here, I've just wrapped across, because things have become again close together, just wrapped across both outer bail wires, and eventually just on a figure of 8 at the top to secure it all together. So that bail is ready, and I've left these two little bits of wire for later. Okay. So we're ready to attach the central part of the gemstone now.
And is that?
It's going to be, we're going to be doing this stage. We need to get to this stage now, like that. So we're going to make a little backing plate for the gemstone. If you've got a round and you want to fit it in, or a rice bead, you don't need to make, there's no so much of the central plate. You can just do, it's much easier to add in.
Okay.
And you can do something different. But I think because you've got this lovely little flat bead, I need to have something to sit it on so it doesn't rotate. We don't want it rotating. So there we are. So what I'm going to do first of all is just get my piece of paper back to show you. I drew around the stone and made, I'm not going to go through making it, a little circle that just fits as closely to the stone as possible. The only thing I would suggest is you just tend to spend a bit of time, and these little bits at the top you need to squash quite carefully just to keep them as sharp an angle as possible. Okay. Because this will want to curve a lot, and so keeping a sharp angle here will be better. So I've got the little backing plate for the stone ready. Cut to about 15 millimeters these little ends, and then curl up to form a little backing plate. And what we need to do next, if I take the diagram away, is start to attach it. Now this might take a little bit of time, so would you like to, because I'm preparing it,
do you want me to? Do you want some square wire? What a silly question. We'll get some square wire on for you. Do you need that?
Yeah, I'll take that.
So I've got 3 different gauges for you. I've got your your 18 gauge, your 20, and your 22. So it's also known as 0.64, 0.81 mil, and 1.02 mil for your gauges. 1.25 millimeters in the 1.02 mil gauge. You've got 2 meters in the 0.81 mil and 3.5 meters in the 0.64 mil. All bead-alone products, as you will know. If you don't know what square wire is, if you have a look at this picture here, that actually is, I know it might sound odd, but that's the end of the shape of the wire. So if you were to look at the end of the wire, it's in a square shape, and I've heard from many designers, but and you'll probably be able to explain it a little bit better than me, but
it's an awfully different wire to work with. I mean, you can get totally different effects. You've got the flat surfaces that fit really well around stones. You've got flat faces for reflections, different way, even the wire curves differently and bends differently and works differently. So, and you can make these wonderful, very geometric pieces. Because you've got these wonderful square angles and beautiful rings I see people making.
Because the cabochon, the stones can be held flatter, maybe a little bit securer than if the wire was sort of curved.
Yes, but it has also such a lovely effect. Yes. It really does, actually. And that's why we flatten the wire. We often flatten this round wire to get the reflective surface. Yep. And you've got it there already without having to work at it.
That's a good point. It's a really good point. We're thinking about how exciting it is, but we're realising that sometimes we do get our hammer out and hammer it to get that finished.
Yes, anyway.
That same finished look.
Trying to achieve that reflection. But the wire will work differently, and have a look at some of the lovely DIs that have been done with the square wire, and to teach you how to learn to work with it.
There's a design inspiration with myself and Gemma Crow when we launched it, and there's a lovely sort of square wire pendant that could actually maybe use this central gemstone, this amazonite. It was about a similar size as the sort of green amethyst that was dropped within the pendant. But if you have a look on the Facebook or the YouTube page, as Rachel suggested, you'll be able to have a look at descriptions of how to use square wire and demonstrations. It'll be a really good idea. £14.85 is what it's supposed to be if you add all the prices in individually together. But today, Producer Phil is taking a leaf out of producer Scott's book from yesterday and taking it to £9.95.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Pretty good.
And you can
love
then
it?
not be worried about experimenting a bit with it, and have a look on YouTube as well for tutorials with it. And rings are pretty good one to start with, actually, because there's a lot of tutorials out there for rings with square wire, and they're good fun.
Yeah, I think so.
And they're good for setting the the faceted gemstones work very well with it. Sorry, I'm
no.
Third hand. What do we want to do now? Should we go on to
yes, you continue. Whenever, no, don't apologise.
So
whenever you're ready.
Is I've very, very, very raggedly bound together the backing plate, and again, you should spend a bit more time than I have because you want to make this a little bit neater. I've bound both wires round. I've got a section of 0.25 wire round and bound the middle round, and passed one wire up at the front to bind up this way, and the other wire along this way. Make this a lot more neater.
Can I just ask you to tilt it down? Perfect,
yeah,
thank you.
In fact, I mean, I wish you could see this one really is probably really the effect you want to get, rather than this horrible raggedy quick job. Yeah, that's really what the effect you want to get.
But that's where, don't worry if you start off like that, that's what the end up effect will be if you just continue and stick with it.
And you want to go round, exactly right, and you want to go round about 5mm on either side on the top, so that you're ready then to start securing these beads on. Awesome. Okay, so I'll take that away. Imagine I've done 5mm round, because I haven't quite. Yep. With the wire that you've passed up from the base wrap, pass it up onto the front, or what you'd call the front of the back plate, and this sit to the back of the gemstone and be hidden, so that the wire wrapping at the back looks nice and neat. Okay. So just make sure you do that. Just makes it look more professionally finished. Okay. Bringing the seahorse over, I'm going to start mine attaching to the front first, and wrap 4 times around, maybe 3 times around, just at the top of that, the base of the neck, I suppose you'd call it. Is it going to let me do it? Yeah, that's it. 1, 2, and then around, and it's starting to bind that little plate into place. Always, always, always catches around places you don't want to when you're actually doing a live demo. Always, always, without fail.
Oh yeah. It can't go smoothly.
Use my pliers.
Could you imagine?
Use my pliers to squeeze those little wraps together so they look neat.
I think that's good for everyone at home though, because if everyone at home gets it caught and think, oh no, Rachel never gets it caught, is it me?
All the time. Just as long as you just catch it early before it really the kink gets too much that you can't get it back out, because that's awful. And you can see as I'm winding up this, I've got this habit of stroking along the wire. Yes. So as I do, I'm just winding around the inner plate, inner backing plate only for this point in time, and I'm going to start adding in the beads. I'm just going to add 1 top bead in, and then we'll add on the other side. Really what I would do is work down all the way along the front of the seahorse and then work along to the back. Okay, so I'm ready to add on. I'm about midway along this little lump, this little nodule here. I'm going to add on a little hematite.
Just to let you know, all the gems that Rachel's using were in the kit, but the kit has sold out. So we do have other options throughout the show, but if you didn't manage to get it, the next design inspiration, make sure you come in straight away, because we do have have we got a bigger quantity of the other one by about maybe 20? Got less. Okay, so definitely be in quick.
So passing the little wire through the hematite, I pass it at the top of the little nodule, little lump, and then once around, pull tight to click it into place. And you can either feed it back through the hematite, but it's a real pain to do that, and I just ended up passing it underneath the hematite, back under the frame, so it's hidden by it. Always being caught by this little cow, and then just wrap it around the frame. So I couldn't talk and do at the same time. I'm sorry about that.
And then I couldn't do, or I could talk, probably wouldn't make much sense, but I couldn't do.
And then just carry on wrapping round the inner frame only until you get to the next little lumpy bump, or the intersection between them, and then wrap across both. And you'll see you're starting to bind that little backing place into place. Now I'm spacing these wraps out, and really you should make sure they're really tight together, but I'm doing it for time. So I've done 2 along here, and you continue in the same fashion, poor Ali, along the end of the front of the seahorse. And then you wrap along until you reach, you add 3 more, and you wrap along to about here, and you can trim that wire off. And you can start to work on the other side, which I'm actually going to do now, if you don't mind, just to show you.
Of course not, please.
Again, I would have wrapped around a little bit further, wrap around to about this level. I'm starting to add in, so I just will traverse that wire along a little bit, otherwise I'm going to pull the seahorse out of shape. And to the point at which you've just got to the top of the 3 fins. And what I've done is I've added in, and in fact I might talk through this, 1 hematite.
Oh, can I just bring, perfect, thank you.
I'm going to talk through this, it's probably easier.
Yeah.
1 hematite, and then I've wrapped along, and then I added in a beautiful lapis and apatite, and they can either fit on their side or face on, it doesn't really matter. Wrap back, and then wrapped, you can either wrap back through, which I have done on this one, passed it back through, which is a fiddly technique, and sometimes strip the wire if you're not experienced or the holes aren't big enough. And instead what I did with this one was I wrapped back, because I ran out of time as well, it's a quicker technique, just wrap back to the frame, passing it behind the apatite.
Oh yep, I see
Okay,
that.
so there's 2 ways of doing it, and it doesn't really matter. So then I carried on wrapping along the inner frame, add another hematite, along to here, another lapis and apatite, and then carried on in the pattern. And you can either add in 1 or 2 here, depending on the space you've got, because what you don't want to do is pull the tail in too tight or have the tail too wide, because sometimes, just because of the way your frame wraps together, you can end up starting to draw this tail in. So be a bit careful about how you're shaping it. Make sure that tail keeps its shape.
Yep.
So we're now ready to add the next bit of the seahorse tail.
Wow.
So just going to put that away.
Wow.
Oops. I will actually end up making lots of seahorses one day. I've decided I've got so many lots of little bits in. So with this, on this stage, we want to be adding in some seahorse tail texture.
Ooh.
And we're building up a 3-dimensional shape, because we've got to build up from a flat tail up to quite a big body here. So it's one way of adding a bit of a layer to the tail. So instead of just carrying on binding up, which you can do if you don't feel like doing this extra bit, you can just fill the tail with lots of beads and just bind up and add it in with lots of beads. It will look great. So
it looks gorgeous.
This is just an extra technique to show you can bind in an extra little bit. And what I've done is I've made funny shape. There's no real mathematical term for this shape.
It's a bit like a snowman.
Yes, a funny snowman with a funny hat on, or anyway, or
it's a little bit like
party balloon or something.
Or a Casper the Ghost.
Yeah, party balloon or something like that. Anyway, and then
either way, it makes an awesome tail, so it doesn't matter
what it is. It's enough to add a couple of hematite in, a lapis, and an apatite in the spaces. So that's what I'm going to do. So the first thing to do is get some 0.4 wire, which I've got to get out. So I don't know whether you could.
Yes, of course. Should we do some blue wire?
Please.
Which may even work in. Could you incorporate blue wire in with it?
Oh my goodness, yes. I mean, I've used it in the kingfisher.
Yes.
Kit. Are we allowed to show you one piece?
Yeah.
Let's show you a piece
it's a slightly
that
different size.
Let's show you that one. Yeah, let's show you that one because it shows some of that wire.
It's amazing. So you've got a turquoise colour and a royal blue within this. And I've got a royal blue for you here, so if I hold that there. So I've got 0.4, 0.6, 0.8 and 1mm gauge.
Gosh, you got them all actually.
Good selection.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, that's lovely.
So I get them to go with the second design inspiration, maybe even to go with this design inspiration as well.
Kits are interchangeable completely, I think, with the colours that they have. You could easily make both designs up with both sets of colours. So
it's almost as if somebody thought about this, Rachel, isn't it?
You could manage to make the seahorse with some of the elements from the second kit. You just have to change some of the shape slightly, but you could.
Okay, so
because you've got teardrops instead of ovals.
Rest assured that if you missed out on this,
you could use the same gemstones to make it up. It's a slightly different plate here. You'd have a teardrop here,
right,
instead of an oval, and you could do it.
Okay. We can do this. So we're trying to help to make sure everybody can get something for everyone. So 0.4 mil, 0.6 mil, 8.8 mil and 1 mil. You get 10 metres of each, that's 40 metres in total. The combined value normally, or not value, but our combined usual price at Jewellery Maker, which is usually quite, I think, a very fabulous price, although it's not really my place to comment, but I do. But I can comment because it's not going to be your price because we're reducing it. Ha! Sorry? Phil, you do this on purpose all the time. I think he's trying to make me speechless because he doesn't want to hear my croaky voice. £2 a reel? Is that? Do you think £2 a reel?
That's very good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yes.
Cheeky wee add-on. If we saved about £30 in the actual price of the kit.
40 metres.
40 metres for £2 each.
Yes, that's quite good actually, isn't it? Because how much is it for 50 metres normally on the website? Is it about £15?
£15 odds?
Yeah, so that's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just one size.
Yes, and actually, you know, the blue wire, you need to, this will last a long time because you don't use it as a block colour. I don't. I always mix it with another. So I mix it with antique bronze or silver or copper.
And this was one of your favourites, mixing with the coloured wire and the antique bronze, wasn't it?
Yes, because it tones it back down. You can have flashes of the colour through your wire work.
We actually, some of us thought it was gemstones that you had within the bracelet from a distance, but it was the twisted wire. It just looks divine. So plenty of these being allocated. Maybe add to an order, maybe you haven't joined us today and you want to start an order. It's £2.95 in the UK and the postage and packaging. All day exactly from midnight in the UK to midnight again. It's one shopping day for Jewellery Maker. If you're joining us anywhere else in the world, do just decide which currency you want to join us in. You can join us in 21 different countries. We ship to 21 different countries. Australia, New Zealand, Malta, pick a country, America, we'll try and send it to you. If we don't already send to you, we do expand, and we are expanding all the time. Do let us know and we'll try and get it sent to you. But JewelleryMaker.com, the website, allows you to choose what shipping and handling you want to do, whether you want it as an extra quick delivery or just a normal delivery. Normal delivery is only a couple of days, to be fair anyway, 3 to 4 days I think. You can speed it up if you're in absolute rush for it. It's not a problem. I don't think it costs too much more, but you can always check that out in the phone lines and the website. And we accept all major credit cards and most debit cards. Well, probably all. You wouldn't accept a credit card, not a debit card, would you? So we accept them too. But just talk to the contact centre. But I'm going to let Rachel get back to this. But yeah, just give us a wee call if you need a help.
What I'm doing now, I've just bound a bit of wire. Again, you probably need to use about double what I've got, but I'm using a short length because I want to get. I'm only going to show you a tiny bit of the demo. To the top of the base plate. So I've done a figure of 8 and just attached across both. And then both of the 0.25 wires thread through one of the Amazonite. And we're going to start to attach this into place. And pulling it tightly through. There we go. Picking the seahorse up just to show you now. And then what I'm going to do is just bind both round both the wire ends round this end, back at the bottom of the backing plate now. So again, we're starting to cinch this into place. Again, you can leave this like this if you like, and there's nothing to stop you doing a little wire netting wrap or bead netting. You don't have to do the same design as me. You know, you can use the seahorse frame and make it your own design as well. So I've got the first bead into place, and actually that's fairly secure already now. And then add on an apatite through with both wire ends, which I'm failing to actually get.
I don't know how you can do it from such a distance. This always amazes me.
Can't actually see. We'll get there. We'll get there in the end.
Oh, there's no rush. Take your time. I'd watch you thread a bead all day long.
That's it. Done it. And then add on. It doesn't matter if it doesn't completely fill the space because we've got a wire frame. It doesn't matter. Because you've got so many different lapis of different sizes, it's absolutely fantastic. You've got a different space to fill, you've got a different size gemstone. Actually not having to have you just got one gemstone strand to work from with all the different sizes was really, really, really convenient.
Yeah.
I managed to put Pirate on to this mat twice and it's already rolled off, so I'm going to put 2
We
on.
mind their own. What one was it you were looking for?
Well, I've got it. I've got
There's a
it now.
cheeky wee one there as
Yeah, it's
well.
gone
Oh,
again.
it says she
See, I'm
just
just
rolled it
trying
off.
to get I just about, the holes are quite good in these, and you can fit 2 0.4s through.
Through a hematite?
Yes, and you can.
Wow.
Which is really, really, really.
That is
sorry,
awesome, isn't
sorry,
it?
2 0.25s.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, the 2 wires of any gauge, I think is
yes,
awesome.
through them, but I have managed to fit through one and not the other. I'll get there. So that's done. That one's on anyway. If I don't fit the other one on, forgive me.
Oh no, well we
I
know
tend
what,
to sort of
we
panic
know
and
you
then
would
move
put 2
on.
on and that's that.
I'll panic and I go, oh, I'm going to move on.
Yeah,
So move
well,
on.
we know
So
what you mean and we know what we would do, so
sorry, let's put
you just
that
have a
through.
wee
Cut
minute
the
more
ends
and
of
put
the
on another
wires.
one.
Cut the ends of the wires and fit it through both. Yeah, we've done it. So that's it. So got 2 wires on, and don't worry about, you're not filling the whole space because we need spaces between these wires because we're going to fit a sort of a frame round it. This frame is going to continue up to form the front of the seahorse and the face, so we need about 15 centimetres of wire here, so this is going to be very, very useful. What I have done also is hammered this little shape as well to give a nice flat textured edge, and make sure you any marks get put to the back of the seahorse and the nice flat surface to the front. So I'm going to attach this into place, and it's also bending this at this point here so it fits in at the base of the gemstone. This again is a fiddly bit, but I want to put the wire up through this area here, and this is fiddly, bear with me.
Just to let you know, we will read all your messages. There are so many coming through. Thank you. We will get them on screen as soon as we can, but I don't want to interrupt Rachel's demonstration because, well, we're all completely engrossed, but we will get your messages in, so do not worry if I've not shown them yet. I think don't know about Phil's getting quite a lot of messages coming through, so thank you for that.
Thank you everyone for your support, because it's so lovely. I come home and I get lovely messages. It makes all the hard work. I put weeks and weeks and weeks of work into it, and it makes it really worth it. It really does. All the guest designers, it helps them because they think, actually, it hasn't gone to waste. Somebody's been watching and somebody's been learning, so it does make a difference, and thank you very much indeed. It does make a difference to us all.
Absolutely.
I've actually added 3 hematite on, and what I'm doing now is I'm holding both little frames together, and I'm wrapping round just the edge of the inner frame once, and then the same with the other one. That's bound that one into place, so the beads are now bound to the inner frame. And I find a little space, that's the awkward bit, but once you've got this bit done, it actually starts to hold itself in place. Remember, you should have a much longer wire. I'm working with a tiny little length of wire because I just want to get it, the attachment really, and I'll talk through the rest. Now there's a little gap here. You can either wrap straight to this edge, or you can add a bead in at this stage. I think I added a bead in, so I'm going to do that. It depends on how big and how wide your tail is. If your tail's nice and wide, you can put an extra bead in on that side.
You just really go with how it worked when you designed it and how it worked when you were sort of working with the wire, and if it's not 100%, you can always...
No one's going to make the same seahorse, they're all going to be slightly different.
So you can just adapt it to what you've got and what you're doing.
Yes, now start to bind round both the frames twice, just to secure it on this side, and do the same on the other side.
Have I told you, Rachel, you're amazing.
Then wrap only around the outer frame, and continue on up until you reach the next, and do this on both sides. There we are, and I'm going to talk you through the next bits.
Yep, for sure.
Or I'm going to show you one bit there. Sorry, if you've got time, I'm going to work up to the next segment. Yeah.
Rachel,
otherwise
you take as much time as you want.
I'll have let you down and not shown you it. So, and the wire is too short, so you're just going to, if you start running out of wire, you can actually add it in at these intersection segments. It's quite easy to add in, so it's not the worst, not the end of the world. So I'm just going to add a bead onto the other side. lucky the head is very similar to the way we make the body, and it's to make this tail bit, so that's not too bad. And then it's only the talking through how we make up the kind of the shape of the body, the kind of ridged.
Wow.
I'm wrapping around the other side just to bind the other side of this together. You can see, bind tightly round. What I should have done was wrap it around both, which I didn't do, so forgive me, because I was talking at the same time. Wrap it round both a couple of times, then continue up just the outer frame until you reach the intersection between the lapis and the hematite. I'm going to have to pretend I've done that, okay? I'm going to lock it into place with a couple of wraps to there. But you can see this is already fairly well, it's not too bad to work with now. And you can see it's forming the gaps for these little beads to sit in. Now imagine I've wrapped up to this level here, which I haven't, but I'm going to have to pretend I have. And then pass the wire over to the opposite side so it comes up from the back on either side. Okay, so I would have wrapped all the way along this and made it neat, and then what I need to do is put 3 little beads across on one part of the wire, and then 3 beads across, and then pass the other wire through the opposite side of the beads. So I'm doing a sort of hand trembly bit. Sorry about this. And I think 3 or 4 beads fitted into that space. Again, it depends on the width of the tail. What did I do? I did 3? I did 3 at this stage. It doesn't matter. I'll put 3 on, and imagine if you do need a space and you need 4. Bring the hematites up, and then start to thread the other end of the wire through them both. This is a bit where I need to see, and my head's going to be in the way. I'm so sorry.
We'll try and look at the other camera for this bit, or we'll look at what the finished piece is.
Maybe look at the finished
that's what we're looking at just now, actually.
Yeah, good. So pass the other end of the wire through, and then through both, and then you basically just put them into place. I just want to show you that bit, so at least you see how we're actually there. Now I've got the wires, each opposite end of the beads, and then you just pull tight to cinch that into place in the intersection between the lapis and the, because I didn't wind up enough. It's got to be in this space between the lapis and the top hematite. Can you see?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you put it tight, and it's not going to be quite right on this because I haven't wrapped up enough. Okay. And then you wrap along, continue. I'm going to put this away. Oh, sorry to chuck that.
No,
wrap along all the way up.
Next time, just give it to me and I'll do it.
Okay. And then wrap along all the way up the tail to the next intersection, add 3 across, wrap along the outside bit, and then add 2 hematites and lovely lapis and the 2 hematites, cross both wires through, pull it tight, and that helps attach this tail section to place. Then when you get to the end here, bind the top of the base of the frame here, the 2 wires, to the backing plate with a couple of wraps, and then we're ready to start forming the shape over the body. Now would you like to bring that beautiful lapis to and then I'll just get it ready.
I'll give you, and I'll make sure you've got these bits as well.
Thank you.
I'll move that.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's fabulous.
So I've got some lapis for you now, just in case you missed out in the kit. Maybe you wanted to get these to incorporate, maybe if you want to turn one of these sideways and maybe do something similar with the heart in the middle of the body, or could that work? A lapis lazuli heart in the middle, or not really?
You could put it at the base of the tail, it worked really well. Base of the tail, part of the neck.
And the other pieces that you've made as well, like the earrings and all the other.
It'd be a tail fin for a fish.
Oh yeah.
See, it would work so well actually in different sea creatures. Yes, fins. Yes.
Right. Well, that's perfect when we've got our dolphins and our seahorses and our beautiful fish. Oh, I love it. So as a wee add-on, or if you maybe missed out on the kit, unfortunately, maybe you want to try and go for some of the gemstones that were used in the kit. It's not the same shape as what was used, but you could maybe incorporate it.
You can hang the seahorse from it. It would work really well from that from this.
Oh,
imagine
yeah.
hanging the seahorse pendant from.
Should I hold it over the top?
Yeah, or the seahorse pendant from that. I know it's in the middle stage, but
that would be
it would work really well from that. Yes.
Do you know what? Yeah, can you see it there? I hold it like that. That would be amazing.
Yes, it would work well because it's got lapis in the body, and you can follow it through with the lapis in the necklace.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Right. So we're going to do the 2, and bear in mind we just had that lovely blue wire as well. That's a treat that might go lovely with it, with the royal blue. You could maybe hide the wire within the blue gemstones if you're using royal blue and a royal blue gauge wire.
Yes. Yeah, but you wouldn't though. I think the blue you got the blue wire I'd use on its own.
Yeah.
Anyway, actually,
separate.
yeah. So because you want that goes so well with silver and gold. You've got copper. You can it will go with any wire actually. Lapis, it's the most beautiful gemstone. It's the navy, isn't it, of gemstones, and it goes with so many different things. It's sophisticated, but it's for day and evening wear. And
it's got the gold sparkle in there as well. It's very, very special. It's a bit different. But like you, very special. £9.95. Try and check them out because I've got both of them for you. That's giving you a total of over 400 carats. That's what, 570 carats. If my maths is right, is it? Yeah. So join us as and when you can, and check it out in that lovely lustrous blue. The fancy nuggets or slices are natural, and there's slight dyeing to the hearts. Although they look pretty identical, don't they? Lovely. We'll quickly read some messages. Is that okay, Rachel?
Yes, please.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, moved that bit quickly. A bit excited about the messages. Beverly in Norfolk. I think the reason why so many of the Fab Wall of Fame entries are so good is that you and all the guest designers are such good and patient teachers. Thank you. With kisses.
Well, as I say, it does make it worth it because we do work into the night, and we do hope that sometimes I think, oh, is it going to come across again? We fret that it's going to come across okay. And
I don't know why you all do, because you're all incredible. Aren't they?
No, we're putting ourselves out there. We are putting ourselves up in front of, for a scrutiny.
But we are so grateful for it, because if you didn't do it, we wouldn't get any of these. We wouldn't get any of this inspiration, would we? Be sitting at home twiddling our thumbs.
It's all levels. I think the nice thing about JM, it caters to all levels. So you've got big lessons for beginners, lessons for intermediates, people advanced. Have got something to
aspire to.
Yes, and tune in for, and there's techniques every day. It's fantastic. What other TV channel gives you this much education
for free?
For free, You'd
have to pay a tutor how many? £60 odd an hour just to get an hour of their time. You get 2 hours of Rachel today. Amazing. Well, 4 hours with her, but 2 hours just of Rachel. Michelle is messaged in Greater London. Rachel, you are so amazing. I am in awe. I am so glad I took the afternoon off just to watch you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm really pleased for you too, Michelle. Tink's messaging, very regular, lovely to hear from you. Even Rachel's rush to finish work is amazing. Mine looks like the dog ate it. Lol. Do you have superpowers, Rachel? I think she does. Love from RD, from Tink. Lovely to hear from you, Tink.
Thank you.
Well, we'll squeeze in another quick one. We've got so many, we've got to try and squeeze them in, but we also want to finish. Want to see how to get to the end. From Leanne and Bracelets and Bling has messaged in to say, what can I say that other people haven't said? You are truly amazing, Rachel. I wish I could be as neat at Wirework like you.
Thank you, that's very, very kind. Well, yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh.
We love you. Love you, Rachel Norris.
There. Right, we're going to move on now.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Right. I love it really. The next thing to do is we're going to make a scaly sort of shape to the seahorse, and yeah, I wanted to make it as real as possible. You could Viking knit along it.
Okay.
Do all these. You can do the same sort of thing with a Viking knit texture, but I wanted to do my take on it, and to actually put some structure into the seahorse frame. So this is a little bit more difficult, but if you can manage it, well, you've learnt another technique.
Wow.
So we want four little
almost like seagulls.
Yes, but first I've got to actually manipulate this wire a little bit to shape it.
Okay.
I've got to remember how I did it. So I'd made the seahorse and then realised I had a slight problem in that I had 4 things here and 3 things there. So how did I manage that one? Because I would have liked an even number to be able to sort out these these shapes, but I've managed, and we've got around that little issue. So curve the wire so that it curves at the level of the first notch in between the third and fourth little notches. Don't worry, the stone might move out of place a little bit, but don't worry about it. I've got to move my head over it, I'm so sorry everyone. Curving the wire. You could do this before you put the gemstone on, but to be honest I think it's easier to work with it in place. And place the little chain nose pliers in to make another little bend down, and then back down to the top of the seahorse. I've got one little bend. A bit of time. Make the second one in almost at the same level. It doesn't matter if there's a little wave to it, so that it doesn't quite at the same level, because the seahorse changes as it goes up its body. It's got this beautiful pattern and texture of shapes along its body, pressing up to the top, and I made two little wavy shapes along the front with 2 points approximately level of the space between the first and second and the third and the fourth little beads. So that enables me to work out the problems between there being a 4 and a 3 here.
I love it being a 4 and a 3.
But when you're trying to add in layers and rows and rungs, and you've got a different number on one side to the other, that made it a little bit awkward. I'm just curving it round so that now encases the cabochon. Use the rubber end of your pliers to push it into shape. Can you see?
Oh yeah.
And then you don't risk marking the wire. It's really, really easy. Can you see how I did that? Push and push into shape. And you can do that round cabochons. You've got a sort of great little setting, you can use the rubber ends of the pliers to do that.
Brilliant.
This isn't perfect. I would have spent a bit more time making this a little bit...
Sorry, that's not perfect.
more wiggly.
If I ended up with that, I would be jumping for joy right now.
Now use your 0.8 wire, and we're going to, because if you use one, it would be really knobbly, really ridged. I wanted a smaller diameter gauge wire to fit over it, otherwise this would be too prominent.
Yep.
So the 0.8 wire works quite well. You've got to make 3 shapes that are like little funny M's. I'll show you how to make one of them. 1, 2, 3. One will fit here, one will fit here, and one will fit here. And one, just like a little curve that fits at the base of the body. And I'm not going to show you how to fit that one, because I'll talk you through that one. Perfect. I just wanted to show you how to make the mould this one. So it's just a curve that fits in the base of the body, that you fit to either side and bind across the base. Yes. And you wrap up a little bit, and I'll show you on the next stage talk you through that little bit.
Wonderful.
Now, got a piece of 0.8 wire. Yeah, I got it. And make a little curve. I'll put this around the right way. Make a little curve at the beginning part of an M, so that it fits in between the 2 prongs like that.
Perfect.
Okay. And then bend the sides of the M down first of all, and then work out how far you need to start to bend up before you reach the side of the thing. This is if you didn't have a drill hole, you could set a cabochon using this, you see. Okay. So if you had an oval cabochon, you could use this technique to set this into place if you didn't have a stone with a drill hole. So I wanted to do this so that people could adapt this if they wanted if they've got a nice cabochon they wanted to put in there.
That's amazing.
Okay. So, and what you need to do then is just adjust this. It'll take a little bit of adjustment until this fits around the side of the gemstone. That needs to come down a little bit in size, and that probably a little bit to adjust it. So I've given myself long tails to work with, so you can hold it into place. That just about fits. I would like that to go down a little bit more, but it'll do. And what I've done then is to move on to the next little stage where I've got one already wrapped up with a little bit of wire. So I've cut the wire ends and to a length of about 3 centimetres, and then wrapped along with 0.25 wire just the top part of the loop of the curve. Then I'm going to place it into place. Now what you will have already done is attach this one into place at the base, and that helps to fix it into place. Try and do that first, and then you do this one, because it's easy to work up the body from the base. Because you'll see why in a minute, because you've got 3 wires to work with at the top. 3 wires, not 3 wires. Place the shape that you've got over the pointy bits, and so the pointy bits of the curves across the body.
I know what you mean.
And this loopy bit, this curve here, is going to touch between the 2 little knobbles.
In the gap.
That's a technical term. And what I need you to do then is wind round. This again, it'll move out of place until I've got it into place. Wind round both frames and do this 3 times, or maybe even 4 times, to cinch it into place carefully so they lie next to each other, and pull this little 0.25 wire tight. I'm using a lot of 0.25 wire because it's so easy on my hands. I had tendinitis that stopped me doing jewellery making for 3 weeks. It was horrendous, and I had to rest my hand. It slipped up a little bit onto it there, and then I made silver clay things though. I made some lovely silver. I really enjoyed it, having Tracy on, and all the things I've learnt from Natalia as well. I actually sat down and made silver clay when I couldn't use my hands. If anybody's got hand problems, silver clay is really easy to use with your hands, and it's lovely. It really was. I enjoyed it, and it was enabled me to create things when I couldn't make things because I had lost my grip here. I couldn't grip, but I couldn't bend my finger. I had to work with just that, and I rested my hand, and I can just about do it now. So I'm winding around just this outer bit, so it's till it's ready to attach to the outer frame. I'm going to leave that, and in fact I'll do that now, quickly attach it. I want to cut some of this wire, I don't need it all. And I haven't attached it to the other side, which I will do, so just show you how to attach one, you see. So wrap it down to the base here, and in between the 2 little knobbly bits, can you see? I'm sorry if you can't. Wrap it down there and bind it between the frame there and there. Bind 3 times, and then I'm only doing it twice because I haven't got time, and then wrap it up here for about, well, halfway along, and maybe wrap it up for actually 1 centimetre. Okay, because I'm looking at the other one. Wrap it up for about 1 centimetre, and then cut off and trim in. Push it down with your nail and tuck it in with your chain nose pliers nice and neatly. I'm going to touch the other side again to the other part of this little textured front of the seahorse. Again, I think what I've done, I've used one of the larger ones, so it doesn't quite fit the space properly, so forgive me. I think I've used the wrong one for this
But
section.
we know the
They're all the
technique and we
same.
know how to do it.
Some are slightly fitted better than the others.
Okay.
And then that is really fixed into place. That's not going to move anywhere. So if that isn't in the right place, then just bend this back down into place with your pliers, and you can wrap down this side. You should attach that 4 times, by the way, binding between the frames, and then bind down at the base and wrap up in the same way as the other side. And do this. I'll move on to the next stage to show you.
Brilliant.
I'll talk you through to this next stage. Now, you've attached 4 little shapes along, and they've all got little prongs. They look a bit scary at the moment, and we're just going to add curl details to the front. But you can see where I've attached them in here, really quite tight. And this stone isn't going anywhere, and this is all firmly fixed in place with these 4 attachments to the frame, so that it's quite a nice cabochon framing if you want to create a creature effect. It might work for sort of a lizard or a fish or other creatures. You just change the shape slightly. It's hard work, but it's worth it. You're creating quite a durable setting. So again, I'm just going to curl these up into place just to add some detail. If you look at the finished one while I'm doing this, you can see what we're doing. You see, so I'm just going to curl up the top. First of all, I'm just going to do little peas. Have I done that with you today? No.
No, not
First
yet.
of all, your curl is like a pea, and then and it's the first little part of it is straight and not curved. Can you see that? And so you need to trim that off so that your little curl is properly curled. So that little straight first bit, it's very difficult to get that straight, even with the best little round nose pliers and you're at the tips. So go in there.
I'm glad you said that, because I thought it was just me that was just not very good at it.
It's well, I find it difficult. Maybe someone out there has a wonderful technique, and that's the only way I can do. Bring it back to a nice curl, and then I've trimmed that off. I just need to trim that one again. I'm trying to be careful not cut the whole thing off.
Yeah.
And then curl these into place and set them into place on the front of the seahorse. Now, how much time have we got now? Because we've got to do the face and the bail, the finished bail, which won't take that long because I can talk through some of it. How do you feel? How much time have we got?
Well, Phil said we've got 2 minutes.
All right.
But,
okay. Well, let's
we
talk
can
through
add to
this,
it, don't worry.
Because the face is made. The face is made in exactly the same way. So what I've done, can you see how I've curled that at front?
Yep.
And curl the back in the same way all the way up. And what I've done is made another frame shape in the same way as I have done the base of the tail. And if you want to hammer it, you can scarily bend it out, okay?
Ooh.
And then hammer it on the side. And you use one of the little hammers that we have got in.
Get one for you.
I've got one of my little hammers. Oh, no, little hammer. You know the little head hammers, rather than this big head hammer? You get into spaces better. I'm not going to do it because I'm going to ruin it, but hammer it with one of the little spaces on the edge of with the little head hammers that we've got.
Yep. We had some yesterday.
Yeah, because they get into little spaces that this big hammer can't get into. Yep. So it's well worth getting those little sets because you can get into small spaces with them.
Block for you.
So that's what you do, and then bend this back. So what I've done is made spaces for beads and gemstones to fit all the way up the face of this seahorse. So what we're going to do now is talk through it, because I will talk through it and then we'll quickly bend the bail to show you. Okay?
Perfect. Oh, thank you.
So I've just worked my way along. I've attached at the top here with a bit of wire, and then worked up both sides, wrapped across to add these little beads in, and then when I've got to a point where these two touch, I've wrapped across both frames.
Okay.
And I perhaps added in an appetite there, and then come back and added this in, and this, and then we formed, popped the eye in. No, that's not the eye, the pearl was the eye. Now you can fill this space up with more gemstones if you like. This stacks the spaces. I just put these in, and then across the pearl, and this is formed in exactly the same way that you did the tail section. So you just wrap along the side here and then curl the ends of that frame.
Yep.
You probably only need about 2 centimetres projecting from the nose, and curl the end and fit that into place. So I'm just going to curl the bail down just to show you that.
Lovely.
But that's about, then I think we're finished. Is that okay?
That's wonderful.
Just as long as, if anyone has problems with that.
Amazing.
If you know how to do the tail and done the rest of it, you will be able to do the face, because as long as you've got the face shape and you filled it with beads and pearls and things, and it looks nice, that'll be fine. And just form that little nose curls. I'm doing this with my fingers. You can use a pen, a mandrel, anything. It's a marker pen or anything like that, just to form your bail shape.
Would you like a marker pen?
Well, it's okay. It's so warm in here. I'm just forming it with my fingers. Pop these wires up to the side to get them out of the way. And what you do then is bind this into place. And I would have done this before I finished after I finished the face, because you need to finish the face first before you do this, really.
Of course.
But then what you do is just bind front to back across the space, and there's plenty of spaces here actually, which is great. So you've got plenty of space to bind front to back, to bind this bail into place, pulling the wire. And if you want to, add a gemstone in at this stage across the front here to hide some of this wire wrapping. So that's what I'm going to do with the next wrap across. Add in that, and then you can add another gemstone in at the base, and you've got loads of gemstones to work with. The little lapis lazuli will do.
Yes, you do as well.
And then what you need to do with another set of wire that's bound into place is wrap up. I'm going to get back to the finished one now.
Yep.
Wrap up these little side ends and press into place as you wish in this pattern or any pattern that you like. You can just press them into place with that. And also, a little technique, can you see how I've curved the top of the bail?
Yep.
And that's quite easy to do. All you need to do, again I would have bound this front to back, is you can press with your fingers and press, or you can press with a mandrel. Okay. And you can make a little curve to the top of the bail. Looks like a little cute little detail. I saw Laura do this as well the other day, to great effect. But you know, it's lovely. It's a lovely little.
It is a
detail.
lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely detail. Almost makes it the wire working stand out more than it did already.
It adds a little bit of extra shape. I did one in a dolphin necklace about a few years ago on Beads and Beyond, and I had that sort of curve. And I used a mandrel to actually
create the groove,
create the curve round, and then put beads. You can put beads all the way along the curve and groove, and it holds it into place. And that's how you do that. Sometimes, if you get a set of beads all up a bail, it will slip around unless you create this groove for it to sit in.
Yeah, and then it won't be able to go anywhere.
That's it. That's basically talking through it to finish.
Rachel,
okay.
You're incredible. I'm speechless right now, which is good for me. But thank you so much. I'm going to put it on the bus. I love it. I love it. I'm so happy.
So you're losing your voice for something.
We're going to bring you 3 of Rachel's DVDs on the other side of a very short break. Give Rachel a breather, and then we're going to do second design inspiration.
Thank you.
We'll see you in just a sec. Don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali.
Today I've been on Mark's Chips and Nuggets. It's been amazing. I've had a great day, I've got lots of nice things to take home, and it's not even over yet. And one thing that really impresses me is the value. I get a full set of gems, I get the wires. Mark's been really very, very helpful today. I don't have that much experience, and I'm going away feeling very, very confident to have a go.
The latest edition of the Lure Book is now available. This highly regarded gemstone encyclopedia features over 1,300 pages full of facts and knowledge. Discover the places, the people and the stories behind every gemstone. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Here at Jewellery Maker, we have a commitment to providing genuine gemstones. We do that by up to 3 lab tests, and we have our own in-house gemologists. That therefore means that when we say genuine gemstones, that's exactly what you're getting.
Thread your crimp bead onto your wire. Then take your clasp and thread the wire through the loop which is attached to the base of the clasp. Next, take the end of the wire back through the crimp bead. Pull the end of the wire all the way through the crimp until it meets with the clasp. Make sure you leave a small amount of room between the crimp and the clasp to give you some flexibility. Using your flat nose or crimping pliers, press down firmly on the crimp bead. Using wire cutters, snip off any excess wire, and then your clasp will be ready for you to start beading. Once you have finished your beading, you will need to repeat the process at the other end of the wire, but this time add a crimp bead and a jump ring onto the wire. Take the thread back through the crimp bead and press down with your flat nose pliers. Then you will have a complete clasp.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away.
Learn great techniques with this fantastic DVD, Extruder Edition 1. Join guest designer Debbie Bulford and presenter Ed McKay and start creating new, exciting and colourful pieces of polymer clay using the multifunctional extruder tool. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Goodness gracious me, what a day. If you've just tuned in, you have just missed one of the most incredible hours probably in Jewellery Maker history. It was awesome to spend it with Rachel, and guess what? You've got another whole hour of demonstration with Rachel coming up very, very shortly. But if you have seen some of Rachel's work, you may have been dying to get a hold of it and dying to get a hold of instructions and directions as to how to make it. Rachel, as many of you will know, has made many a DVD, but there are 3 in particular that we've got for you today that always tend to steal the show. In fact, it was quite funny. My producer said to me, one of the DVDs, one of the pictures, one of the pieces you've only ever seen on that DVD cover, but to see it in real life today has been mind-blowing. It's coming up as an option for you to have a look at as we do each DVD. So you may have 1, you may have 2, but this was the very, very first of Rachel's Beyond Nature, or the Beauty of Nature, sorry, masterclass. This is edition 1.
Yes. And it was kind of a learning curve for me. I wanted to put some of my self into an opus, I suppose, is a too big a word, but I wanted to create artwork pieces, floral designs that I've just been making, and actually then get it out there to people. And I thought the best way of doing it was to film a DVD, because I was a young child. I couldn't really go and do lots of workshops, so I thought the best way to do this, to reach as many people as possible, is to make a DVD with it.
And also it allows us to have an hour tuition with you for as many times as we want.
It's
and
actually
rewind
2 hours,
it. 2 hours, forgive me.
Discs in there. And,
forgive me.
So I cover the roses, making a rose, and making leaves with the vein structures. We make the dragonfly, we make a bee. We then also make all the twisted knot sides and the clasp, and we also make gem encrusted flowers and fuchsias. So we show how to assemble this necklace here and all together, and we make fuchsias and different flower shapes. So we show all the elements of how to make the rose necklace, for example, and the elements of how to make this gold encrusted necklace. But we show the full assembly of this one as well, to show you how you use the frame and make the frame up together to actually form the actual shape of the piece, because you can just make a flower as a brooch. You know, these are big pieces. You don't wear them down to Tesco's or other supermarkets.
Yes, like Sainsbury's
or Aldi and everything. And but you might wear a little brooch or a dragonfly. So you can make the dragonfly in its own section, make it as a brooch. So I do, and again I didn't put these out, but you have the individual elements as pieces. The rose will fit on its own as a tiara or a hairpiece, one single rose, or a buttonhole brooch. So there's lots of different ways you can use these pieces. I've got these as showcase pieces to show on air, but the individual elements will work very well on their own.
Depending on what they
are broken down. It's also broken down. That necklace isn't all make it all in one go. It's broken down into steps so that you can make it up.
Could you imagine 2 hours of private tutorial with Rachel Norris to watch whenever you want, at any point? It's not been seen since July. You can rewind it, you can watch as many times as you want. Many of you will know Rachel is an award-winning jewellery designer specialising mainly in wirework within her designs. Not only has her work appeared in the Victoria Albert Museum in London, but also on BBC television and of course here on Jewellery Maker. Rachel regularly features as, well, pretty much, I'm going to call you a resident designer and jewellery maker. You've been here for so long. You're out this world. It wouldn't be Jewellery Maker without you. And of course, Beads and Beyond, as you mentioned earlier, with Jewellery Magazine. So Rachel is world renowned for her jewellery, I think, personally. We've got people messaging in from America, all over, complimenting you and loving your teaching as well. It's not just about the design and the finished piece, it's actually the way Rachel explains it and the way that you teach it makes me feel that I could actually maybe do that.
We did do a lot of close-up shots. We spent ages and ages trying to get the right shots and the right editing it down to so that you can get I mean, it's a whole day's filming for that, edited down to 2 hours, and we might try to get it all in there, pack as much in there as possible, in fact.
Phenomenal. We're going to do edition 2 for you next, which is one of the main pieces that I have been looking at for years. This is called Air. The first one was called Nature, and the second one, and the third one, sorry, is your Water. That's your. We will do the third one as well. Absolutely. So what you have here is edition 2. This has been at the forefront of sort of jewellery makers for the past, well, since it came out.
Thank you. It's there's butterflies in there. I can't remember everything that's in that one now.
Well, let me flip it round to the back.
Oh yes.
Let me give you an idea as well.
The little bird. And
if we go further down.
I'm doing a bird later on today, but that one is easier to make. And if you feel daunted by the kingfisher, start off with that one, because that will help you start with the wire forming, and then you can move on. If you feel worried about it, then you can move on to working with the kingfisher shape. But yes, that's that's a doodle that I used to do in my class at school when I wanted to feel like I was escaping. I did that doodle of the little bird flying away, because that was me escaping from the classroom. And so I decided to translate that into a brooch to wear. So I haven't got that on the deck there, but I've got the peacock.
That peacock is unreal.
So can you go back? Have I got? Yeah, that's it.
Wow, we'll get his head in at some point. My word.
And yeah, and so the peacock is there, and he's quite a sort of, the brooch, you can actually move his little tail to actually sculpt it to any way you want it. So he's movable, and he's got a pin brooch, and I go through the brooch pin as well. There's lots and lots of techniques in that one. The full butterfly necklace. I think there's a leaf bracelet in there as well. I just can't remember everything that's on there.
No, gosh. Well, I think it's good to have a wee surprise as well, because if you know everything that's on it, you're like, oh, I knew this was coming up, I knew that was coming up. You've got yourself and again, is this one 2 hours as well?
That one's 3 hours, because
oh my
when we
word, I want to open
down,
it, but somebody sellotaped it, so they're not letting me in.
When we edited it down, we just couldn't get it any shorter. I wanted to put as much detail in as possible, so we ended up putting it out to 3 discs, and the same was with the water one.
So hold on, we've just matched the price of the first one. This is the lowest price ever, purely because we've not offered it to you since October. Last time we had it, it flew out. We've been waiting to be able to bring this to you again. You've been waiting since October for us to get it back in stock for you. You got to get them before they go, and it is for 3 hours worth.
Yes.
3 DVDs, which you can watch and rewind and play as many times as you wish.
Yes, and it's a 3-dimensional form. What I'm doing with that peacock is not only
sort of one level.
Yes, it's actually a 3-dimensional form you're starting to form. So teaching you basically building up shape and three-dimensional sculpture in a way to the forms, and adding on bits of wire, having the confidence to wire up and do quite complex shaped areas, and you can work your way through, and you can do it, and to make this little brooch.
It's amazing. And of course, as you're thinking about it, that will then lead you to be able to make brooches for other pieces of jewellery as well.
Yes.
These are techniques that not just for the peacock, but for other pieces of jewellery. you might have been working on, or maybe you've seen Rachel today and you think, oh my gosh, I absolutely love that seahorse. I want to use Rachel's design and technique of making a brooch, and I want to add that to the back of the seahorse, and I want to have a seahorse brooch.
Yes, yes, actually, and also you could use some of the techniques to actually, well, to augment into other three-dimensional sculptures that you're going to make. Yes, and that does lead you into edition 3, and I do mention both of them follow back to each other. I will reference back to edition 1 and edition 2 when we're moving into edition 3, so the techniques do follow on. It's like a natural progression. So start with edition 1.
Yeah, it's not just called 1, 2 and 3. There actually is
there is a progression.
flow.
I'm trying to because with this little fish, or the carp, which is going into
Can't believe you called that little.
and it's a Wirework carp, and it's going into Wirework magazine in fall, which is lovely. He's meant to be swimming through eddies. Those little swirls at the end are meant to be like swirls of water. You don't have to have them on there, but you can manipulate and move them. And it's a corsage piece, so you can put it next to your neckline across the lapel, and it makes a really beautiful corsage piece to wear. It's quite big, but it's not so huge that you can't wear it. It's
amazing.
As a piece. So.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to hold it up.
So it fits like that on the body, and then there's a lovely piece to wear on the side.
I'm in love.
And it's meant to be he's swimming through the water. And if you can have the courage to make it, it'll give you such a sense of achievement at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and again you've got the brooch pin on that and the detail that goes into that. As well as, if I'll flip it round, but I know Rachel has 2 of them as well with us. The other 2 with the shell we were having a look at.
Yes, they do.
Gorgeous.
There is an abalone fish, which with a bubble necklace. I'll bring it over actually, if you don't mind.
Of course I don't mind.
Yeah. And we've
you.
been having a lot of abalone recently. This is one I made about 2 years ago, using some abalone that came in to JM a long time ago. That's a lovely sort of piece that you can make up with the abalone that's been coming in recently.
Yes, we've
and
been
then
very
also I'll show you
fortunate.
two-dimensional. Again, this is all trying to work out and give you three-dimensional form. So we're going to make a little conch shell and a scallop shell, and there's also the sea turtle in there as well in edition 3.
And if you go up above as well, Sean, sorry, I don't mean to direct you, but
there's a sea turtle in there too, and there's always a gizmo technique in there. In the DVDs, I always put some gizmo technique in there.
Many of you will see the sea
roots.
turtle. Actually, this has been again another very big Jewellery Maker picture, and again $14.95. It's not been seen since when? Since June last year. So almost a year.
Yes.
For us to get this opportunity for you again,
got to
get Rachel to have get a chance to get Rachel on the show and to have them in stock and to get them for you. It's a true treat today. So that's edition 1, 2 and 3 all at the same price.
Yes. Yes, it's quite a big reduction, but I wanted, not reduction, I just wanted to...
It's an offer that's outstanding.
Yes, because I'm on the second run, I can afford to actually let it go for a bit less, so yeah.
You're wonderful. You're wonderful. It has been a year since you've seen it. So if you do, or well, just shy of a few weeks, and it'll be a year for this. Rachel, you are wondrous. There's only 10 left of each.
Thank you.
They're about to sell out. They're about to completely go.
Again, also, I don't abandon you. At the end of the DVD, I'm there on Facebook. So if you do run into a problem, or you're proud of something you've made and you want to show me, I'm there. I'd be delighted to see what you make. I would love to see what you make, and it just gives me a boost as well to see, oh goodness. And everyone has a different take on it. So someone will make the carp in a different wire colour and add different gemstones in, and they'll use a different cabochon for the fish. There'll be lots of different ways of making, and everyone will to put their own bit themselves into it. But I've seen some wonderful designs made by people out there on Facebook, and that's really made all the hard work worth it again. So again, if you get stuck, I'm there.
Yeah.
I can't work out how to do this. I'll try and help you as much as I can. So don't worry about that. I'm there if you need me.
So hold on, this is 6, 7, 8 hours of pure tuition with Rachel Norris, and then aftercare. You then get yourself, you don't even get that to go to the doctors. That's amazing. Love the doctors, don't get me wrong. Well, obviously I don't want to go to the doctors often because I want to be well, but you know what I mean. I need a spade. But what I mean is the after the care, it's not just watching the DVD and thinking, how do I do that? Constantly supported throughout it. You're just wonderful, Rachel. I'm going to show everybody design inspiration number 2. You are wonderful.
Thank you.
Have I told you lately that you're wonderful? Have a look at these. These are just some of the treats you're getting in design inspiration number 2. I'm just going to move that to the side actually, if that's okay. So, sorry Sean, I'm moving my hand up and down like a seesaw. I've not been on a seesaw in years. So, a variety of rounds. They're all the same round, if that makes sense. They're all plain, there's no facets on them, but there are a variety of sizes and a variety of gems. So we are looking at 3mm round bronze coated pyrite, which are these ones here. With those you get 30 carats. You've then got yourself green coloured, I'll swap it in just because the information's a different order. Green coloured dyed quartz, which is plain rounds again. They're 4mm, 35cm nat strand, approximately the same length as the pyrite. Sky blue shell, not shell pearl, but shell. And that one's 4mm as well, matching the green. And we don't tend to do a carat weight with your shell, same as the pearls. And then finishing off with these 15 carats for your multicoloured coated hematite rounds, 2mm in size. That's for 35cm strand. Then finishing it off with your strands, the huge 135 carats of aquamarine. Very sizable drops. Do you enjoy these?
I thought the colours again were fantastic colours, and the turquoisey colours and the sort of emerald greens, and you had those rainbows in some of the aquamarine that I was working with actually, and you got the colours of the coated hematite again to bring out the colours of the wires, some of the wires I was using, and the fact I was aiming to make a kingfisher. So yeah. I wanted, because hummingbirds get a lot of press, don't they? Yeah. They get all the attention, and I wanted a really beautiful British bird to be brought out there, and yeah. So, and the kingfisher is one of our most beautiful birds.
They are
gorgeous. I thought I'd try and make one of them. Yeah.
Try and make? Oh my word. There's trying, and then there's succeeding and smashing boundaries that aren't even possible. And we've got wire for you. Now, Rachel has used another gauge of wire, another colour of wire, the blues, which we're going to do as a separate add-on to this. So we're going to do this set at this price, and if we do it separately, we can kind of cover everybody's price point so everybody can get involved. And that was the sort of main plan on that. Plus, we didn't have the same quantities of the wire and the bundle, so we wanted to try and split it up just to cover everybody in all bases. So I hope that's okay. Hope you don't mind. It doesn't cost you if you do 2 post and pack. It doesn't cost you, sorry, if you do 2 orders. If you get this and then you get the wire, it's just the same post and packaging. So it won't change that at all if it's a separate purchase, if that makes sense. 15 meters of 0.25. 10 meters of 0.4. And another 10 meters of 0.4, so that's 20 meters of 0.4 plus a 0.8mm as well. So that's giving you 45 meters in total of wire. 20 of those meters are 0.4, 10 of those meters are 0.8, and then you get 15 meters of 0.25mm. Now, how many? 50. Huh? 50 meters. That's unreal. And it's unreal. Forgive me, so that's giving you 50, 60, 70, 85. 80 metres. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking it's 15. It's not, it was 50, it's 50, which is obviously better for us. Wow! 50 metres. So £55 and 55 pence is what it's supposed to be if you were to add all the price points of the wire and the gemstones together alone. Now, how much of my stock did you say is already gone? Right, a third of my stock is already gone. The code is UZGC39. Now we're going to reduce the price on this one, as we always do with a kit, because that's how we work. We try and, well, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 vault locations in one opportunity. So we can do something. Look at those aquamarines. From 55 down to, what do you reckon? 49.95 maybe? 45.95? 44.95? Or £36 and 95 pence. What do you reckon? Give it away, give it away, give it away now. With the intricacy that's coming up in this one, the beauty that you can create, I mean, there's so many pieces. There are pieces for you if you are, I guess, a beginner to wire work and want to elevate. I mean, the earrings, I'm guessing, I'm looking at them thinking I can maybe achieve those.
Some of the elements of the bird can be used to help you make the components of the necklace and the earrings.
Right.
So that's what I'm
coming to join you. I can't stay away from you for long.
What I'll do, I'll put this down on the ground.
That's what I was talking about here.
I should have put this all out. So sorry, I've got bits of, I use bubble wrap to keep all the stages.
I don't want to mess up your stages.
If you don't mind, I'll leave those there and I'll have to come down and get them.
Yeah, no, leave it there. You can leave it there.
Sure?
Yeah.
It doesn't look unprofessional having bubble wrap on there.
No, not at all. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah, so it's the colours of the wire, and the gemstones, and the fact I was going to make a kingfisher, all combined together, and I actually made the Egyptian iris lotus flower necklace first, actually, because I just wanted, it was there in me when wanted to come out, so I made it first. And it's fully reversible, so the back
is, we looked at that earlier, didn't we? It's amazing.
It's as good as the front, so you can put different gemstones and beads on the back and wear it in a different orientation. So again, I've got just the green beads on the back, but you could put a whole different design or pattern on the back of that.
And then you've made the matching earrings, just to let you know, half the stock's already gone. The matching earrings, which again, you can have. Obviously you wouldn't turn your earrings round, but if you had shorter hair, your hair up, you would see them from behind.
Because often you do see earrings from the behind, they let you down a little bit, don't they, sometimes earrings. So having them as good at the back as the front makes them wearable with your hair up.
And especially because sometimes they do spin. Earrings do.
Yes, well, you see them from, especially that size, they'll see them from the side and the back, and with your hair up, you will, unless at the back, it won't be so nice. So I do try and make it earrings.
It's that attention to detail that really does.
If you can, yes. But it's the colours of the wire. I know that I keep going on about it, but I combined in a twist these colours, and actually we've filmed how to do that this morning. Actually, on the on something special. So it's.
Oh, is it? Am I allowed to tell everybody? Professional coiling. I can't even say it. Professional coiling gizmo.
DVD.
Is that what
yes.
this is here?
No. Yes, one of these. Yes,
it
is. It's the one with the big long bracket and the big long mandrels, and we. I put some design together that will work to show you how to use it, basically, and how to show the potential of using it. So we've got a few designs through, and we're going to make two big kind of opus designs, hero designs, at the end, working our way through all the techniques. Yeah, so that's what I've tried to do.
This is amazing. I mean, the ring with that aquamarine, when there are so many aquamarines in the kit.
Yes, and pick a sort of medium-sized one, depending on your finger size, and you can make, and it's dramatic, it's teardrop-shaped, and we do sell a lot of teardrop-shaped gemstones, and sometimes it can be difficult to know what to do with that shape of gemstones. So it was just showing you how the potential of, you just got 5 of those shapes on the necklace, two, only one in some of those other pieces, and the potential of using them is fantastic. And you've of course got the little drill hole to actually attach it and secure it and do what you want, but you can also use it like a cabochon as well, because it's vaguely opaque, and some are opaque and some have got light shining through to sort of internal facets in a way where you've got rainbows coming through, so you could actually see these beautiful prism-like shapes.
Oh my gosh, and that's so rare to see in aquamarine, so when you can see it with that natural beauty in a strand that you can get for, well, all of it is $36.95. I'm sure you would probably pay more than that for just one of these pieces of jewellery, and that's before knowing Rachel, before knowing Rachel Norris made it. And then when you find out Rachel Norris made it, you'd be thinking, oh, even higher than that. Again, on the end, the twisting of the wire with the coiling of the antique bronze as well, it almost looks like a rope, or making me think of like a laurel wreath idea.
You've got it's trying to make it look fluid, wire look fluid. It's difficult sometimes, and the gizmo can enable you to make a wire look fluid. And I mean, think of Gemma's wonderful t-shirt designs, how fluid those designs were. How beautiful. And the show this week.
Yeah, that's
Gemma's
so
fantastic.
much fun.
And we're just trying to create some fluidity again with these, with the wire
and
here.
And you've definitely done that with ease by the looks of it.
So there, we're going to try and do the kingfisher.
Yay, let's go for it, take it away.
So again, this photograph is on the website, and I made a mistake halfway through. So I'll point out where that is, so that you don't make the same mistake, and you can adapt this design to be better if you want it to be. But the basic kingfisher shape is this, and that's going to be on the web, on the Facebook page, so you're going to have a shape that you can actually use as a template, and you just place your gemstone in the middle and just make sure it sort of generally fits. So first of all, I'm going to make, and again also you don't have to, it doesn't have to be a kingfisher, you can make it with a little shorter beak. I made it with a long beak. But,
I know you said this earlier, but I love the long beak. I love that it. Should we bring it over here?
Yeah, just to show you.
Should we sit it?
And just want to show you the colours of the wire, how they marry in with the gemstones. What you don't do is have too much. You just have it hidden, so it just shows through as glistening glimmers of colour within, and you can make this coloured wire look beautiful set against the other, because there's so many coloured gemstones here. You can actually bring up this wire and use it as glints and glimmers through the piece, which I have done with the main focus. You can make this also in copper wire, because hummingbirds are of course, they can be sort of copper coloured, but also they can be, so the antique bronze works very well with the colours of these little gemstones we've got here. So first of all, we're going to make the bird frame. So I'll pop him down here. Yep. I've just put him on a foam pad there. So,
oh my word.
What I've done is first of all started to make a head shape. Where's my wire? I'm starting to go zombie-like. There we go, that's it.
It's because we stopped you mid-unpacking, that's what that was.
And about halfway along the wire, I'm going to make a beak shape. And again, this is going to be one of my quick makes. It's not going to be perfect. So, beak shape.
I love that a comment that one of our ladies earlier said, your quick make, she would be nowhere near as close.
And just, we don't want the beak to be too straight. We want the tip to be, she hasn't seen this yet though. Do you want the tip to be too, basically start again. Rachel, start again, stop gabbling.
Oh, take your time. We're in absolutely no rush. You take your time.
So it all came out sort of all in a gabble. What I meant to say was, you want the tip to be narrow, but the beak not to be completely narrow all the way along. So what you do is just squeeze the tip, and then come back in with the pliers and start to open out that beak a little bit, so it's got a bit of a curve to it. And then place it back down on the drawing, and then start to reform it. I've made this hummingbird so many times. This little drawing has got little, so I've marked the wire. Sorry, I've grabbed it too hard. Try and keep it to the side of the wire so you don't scratch across it like I've done. Luckily we're going to bind it, but if you've got a piece that's going on show, try to avoid that. So what I'm doing is you grip to the side of the wire to move it, and then it stops marking the top or the front of the wire. Then bring it round using your fingers. And again, I've seen many designers, someone like Laura, who's next door running a lovely class, they all use their fingers much more, sometimes than their pliers. You're just using the pliers to make the sharp turns and your fingers to do the general shaping. And that keeps the wire unworked.
Tame almost.
Yes, yes. And then grabbing near the end of the wing. In fact, I'll do the body first. That near the neck. Get that bit of wire out of the way. I'm not going to do too much shaping because I haven't got gemstone in place yet. So I'm just going to shape near the neck. And then I left 25 centimetres of wire, so I just want to take that down to about 25 centimetres and then cut that off. That's it. And that can be used for other things. Don't throw it away, you can use it for loads of things. And then the top of the wing, grab along. And this is where you can make this in two ways.
Okay.
You could make this shape as I'm doing now, and what I originally meant to do was bind a different colour of wire to act as a second layer of wing, and I forgot, and I added in more antique bronze. I forgot what I had planned to do.
Right.
So you can actually make the wing shape with lots and lots of wing shapey things here, instead of going straight down here. But if you want to add in another colour of wire, then we're going to carry on to do this shape here.
Can I move the board over just a
Again,
little
I'm
bit?
not really making it very clear.
No, you are.
But, well, this possibility allows you to add in a different colour of wire.
Ooh.
Or you can just carry on and just make wing shapes here. Instead of coming down here, you do this lot like this.
Okay.
Okay. So that's where I went slightly wrong, you see. And then you go too far, and I've made all the stages up, and I thought, oh well, I'll just have to explain it, and that's the way it is. As long as it comes across, people won't make the same mistake as I did.
Well, if this is a mistake, I would be quite happy.
You see, when you make one, you can cover your mistakes, but when you make 8 and you've got to show it live on air, and it's got to be so that someone else can make it, you can't. You've got to say, and you've got to say where something didn't go quite right, and it could be better. But yes, that's the difference. When you're making it at home, if you make a little mistake, you can.
Can I
cover
bring
it
you
up.
down?
Oh yes. Sorry, I was just.
No, it's fine.
I'm just making lots of little ripples, and you need to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 little ripples. Again, I'm not going to make this beautifully. So yes, at home you can cover your mistakes up, and because you're not going to show anyone else how to make it.
Yes.
And it's so much easier from that point of view. And that's dreadfully made. They're not even, but try and make them even little ripples. And sharp turn upwards, because I'm going to make a little frame to do a little bit of a weave in, leaving a gap of about 4 millimetres between that and the top wing. And then gripping the pliers, pull this back down, and putting that hard with my fingers, and then clamping either side of that little point to make that point sharp. You just clamp either side, bring it in, bring it in.
So you don't try and squeeze it together. You
can do that, like I did with the beak.
When I do that,
and you can distort this bit of it. But if you've got space, because the beak was more difficult to do that with,
that's really good.
you just clamp either side, and you can make that. There's different techniques, but you can do that. You can do that when you're doing prong setting, for example. You can clamp the wire together using the side-to-side clamp. But here, you'd have a bend here and a bend here,
so
and you'd have to then go and reshape that bit anyway. So
that's really good. No, that's you're teaching me a new technique there.
And then what you do then is I'd bring that out, and I'm just going to cut it so you've got the bird frame. I'm going to move on to one I've already made. I'm going to move that away and show you one I've already made. So take that away. And that's the start of the frame made. The next thing to do is weave in a 2x2 along the wing. Now I'm wondering whether I need to show you this, because have you seen enough 2x2 weaves? I can start it off, or I'll start it off.
Oh yeah, and if I hold it this way, we can have a wee look.
Well, I'm just getting the wire ready.
Yeah.
And just show you where you start it off and where you finish. And just start. And basically, it's similar to. That's the wrong gauge. You can either do this in 0.25 or 0.4. So I'm going to do it in 0.4. I'm going to use a short bit of wire, but you can use a long bit of wire, probably about 1 metre, for the main bit. And you can use 0.25, so it doesn't really matter which gauge wire you use for this bit.
Right.
So, starting at the wingtip, weave several times round the wingtip.
Give you some room there.
Yeah. With the shorter end of the wire, because that's just easier to work with. And shorter end of the wire. Pulling your fingers up near to where you're working, because it just holds everything together, stops the wire travelling, keeps everything in one place, and you also stop the wire frame distorting. If your fingers are far away from where you're weaving, you've got given it a chance to actually distort the wires at the frame as you're pulling. So one tip is to keep this as close as you can, your fingers as close as you can to where you're working, and hold the rest of much of the frame together with your fingers of one hand. So again, I would have travelled around a bit further than that, but I'm just going to do a 2 by 2 all the way up, 2 round here, and then because you've got this end fairly free, 2 wraps around here, and then reverse back. Now the beauty about this little shape is you're weaving from a small shape to a larger transverse diameter, so it will hold itself into place. It's much more difficult weaving from a large diameter into a small diameter, because the wire will just want to travel up as you're weaving, and you end up having it spaced out more often.
Yeah.
Now any spaces together, either your fingernails or pliers, side to side movement with pliers, and just squeeze them together. Again, I would have wrapped all the way around the edge of this tail. I wouldn't have left that gap. Okay, I've done that for timing rather than anything else, but make sure you wrap round to the end. You don't need that end of wire, so you can slip that away. And then you're doing a 2 by 2 all the way up the wingtip. So I'm just going to move, or the frame inside the wing. I'm just going to move up to the next stage to show you it.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'll quickly just show you what's on the screen there. It's your 3 wires that Rachel has had within this kit as well. So we just separated it just to cover everybody's budget. So you can get both together, but in case you already have some at home or you didn't manage to get the kit, you can get a bit of everything. These are 50 metres each, 1mm gauge for each, and you get the royal blue, you get the antique, and you get the turquoise as well. So £53.85 is the combined price for each reel in between, individually added together. But we're going to drop it down as we would with a design inspiration kit to make it as affordable as possible and as achievable as possible, from £50 odd down to £34.95. That's 150 metres of wire in 3 different colours, all 1mm gauge. And
twist them together and use 2 antique bronzes for one of the colours, and you've got the right ratio to actually blend it in really well, and then the colours will just blend back and look sophisticated, which is what we want that coloured wire to do. Absolutely. For us. So if we bring that antique bronze, we'll bring that down to being a really sophisticated wire to use. So
100% agree,
so
and you can see that throughout the designs, in particular this one, which is going to be as part of the techniques, part of the DVD that was filmed this morning, which you're going to have to wait for. But especially at the top, you can really see those colours. Amazing or amazing?
Well, I just was so happy to use those colours, and they just go so well together.
Don't they?
Yeah, take the 2 blues next to each other with the antique bronze, because it's a lovely soft. So the antique bronze is such a lovely soft colour.
Yeah.
It really, really, really tones back the colours of the coloured wire, and it looked like gemstones, as you said, set into the bracelet shank, for example. So there. Now, shall we move on? Or
yes, go for it. I was just wondering who's nipping into our studio to steal earring strands. I did see you.
So next is we're going to actually incorporate some of this coloured wire.
Perfect. That was good timing.
Yeah, it was actually, and I've just got to. The only thing I didn't do, as long as I didn't catch your fingers, is get the right one. That's it. 0.25. Now we're going to use a technique for wrapping this top part of the wing that artists like Lisa Lynn Bath uses. Some artists use this fabulous, it's almost like a pyramid style weave. So I didn't invent it, other people did, and I'm just using it as part of the wing detail to form this bird. But have a look at some of those artists' work, it's absolutely fantastic. Lisa Lynn Bath, I think, has a fantastic look out. You cannot beat her work, it's absolutely fantastic. Quick plug there.
I just look at it all day.
And then what we need to do is just start at one of the wingtips. What I should have done, got rid of that. I need to get rid of that bit of wire. This is one where I made a mistake and I cut this wire. And what we've done in the photographs is put "don't cut" here on the photographs. So when you see them on the Facebook, I've extended a line out here, so you say "don't cut this." This is a mistake one, but what I can do, I'll bind on his tail. I've made tails up, so I can bind them on later on, but we won't do that.
Can I just bring you a wee bit forward? Sorry.
But I've made a mistake with that one, so don't cut this long wire like this. Make sure you keep it long at the 25 centimetres. It just, I didn't have time to remake it, make this stage.
Surprised you had time to make everything that you made, never mind all the stages.
When you reach the end of the wing, well, when you reach the end of the wing, but it's nice, I needed to get it, you need to get it all done. I could have missed out a stage here and there, couldn't I? But actually it's much easier to talk it through sometimes than actually demonstrate it, because you can just cover more. Add 2 beads into the base of this wing and just bind it in a couple of times. So just threaded on 2 of the, what are those ones? Are they golden shell pearl or bronze shell pearl?
They are pyrite, the golden ones.
Oh, they're pyrite?
Yep.
They almost look like pearls actually, because they're so soft.
They're lovely and round as well.
Yeah.
So they're pyrite, and then the multicolour ones are hematite, and we've got the green dye quartz, and then the blue shell.
So I'm just going to trim this slightly, because I won't need the whole of it for later stages. And then what I need to do is add on some of this coloured wire. So I'm going to, like a hairdresser would, get this wire out of the way, and I need this space clear. So I've cut a very short length of blue, and of the 2 blues, and I've got a length of 0.25mm wire. And really you do need a fingertip to fingertip length, because you do not want to run out halfway through this weave. It's a really awkward weave if you do.
Well, you got plenty of wire, so
what I've done is slightly shape this. Now, did I have the turquoise? I had the navy blue to start off with, and then the turquoise. I've shaped it slightly around the head and over the wing. You curve up your finger just so it fits in with the wing. Okay, and same with the blue. So I'll take that away for the minute, and then what I'm going to just do is bind a couple of binds around the base of this.
Can I just move you forward a wee bit? Thank you. Sorry.
A couple of binds to the end of the 0.25mm wire on the base of this wingtip. And then what I'm going to do is just start off doing this weave. Next thing I'm going to do is incorporate a blue, one of the blues, hold it in place. I'm just going to get this out of the way and wind it along this one for the minute, because I just want it out of the way. Bless you.
Bless me, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. And then what I'm going to do then is wind around the blue 3 times, so keeping these 2 wires as separate as possible with your fingers. Wind around both these, and the studio's hot, so I'm not going to make this as beautiful as I would at home. 2, 3, and then what I'm going to do next is bring in the turquoise. Make sure they lie close to each other and press your fingers to help flatten them. Then bring in the turquoise wire. That's all right. Yeah, and slide it into place, and then bind around that one as well. Now this is the fiddly bit. Until these are bound into place, it is a little bit fiddly. but they will eventually hold themselves together into place. So bind around the turquoise wire 3 times. Just want to make sure these are all in the right place. They're not. That's it, that's where, get it. And that one here, pull that out, sorry. That's it. There, that's the better. Again, holding those wires tightly and gripping them with one hand so they lie parallel to each other with a tiny space in between them is really good. Next bit is the easier bit where it's starting to cinch them into place. Bring the wire up in between the 2 blue wires as you've gone across all 3, and just weave 3 times or wrap 3 times round the navy blue and the antique bronze, and then 3 times, and then 3 times round just the upper frame wire, and this will start to pull them tight, press them flat with your fingers, and just start to now form this shape, and it's like a sort of pyramid design of a weave. This bit you've got to be careful not to fracture the wire. Sometimes running your fingernail down in between the wires will help separate them or keep them separated to the right distance. 1, 2, 3, around, and then start working your way back up again along these wires. But when you reach the tip of this, do a 4th wrap of 3, incorporating a wrap across to this tip as well. I'm going to show you on the next stage what we've done. So I'm going to talk you through that bit.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we'll do, we've built up a pattern now. What you can do is very gently squash them with pliers, but be careful not to crush it. 1.25 millimeters wire can break very easily. Or stroke along it with your fingers to keep them nice and flat, and push them together as you weave as well to keep that weave really beautiful and flat. But you can also see where I've caught in on that 4th set of wraps across all the wires into here and caught in through this frame here, and it starts to hold the whole wing section together. And when you get to the end, wrap across to the top of this part of the wing frame, and then curve these wires around the top of the head. And then what we're going to do, move this over here, is add some beads in here and now to mimic the top of the kingfisher's head, because the kingfisher's head is iridescent, it's beautiful, it's got lovely colours in it, and the hematite is absolutely fantastic for that sort of thing.
Sorry, can I just move you again?
Yeah, sorry.
It's Claire, sorry, can I just check, because we're in the middle of the board, but it's not, it's just as confusing.
That better? That better? Is that better?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
perfect.
the board isn't
Thank
in the right
you.
place.
Sorry.
So what we're going to do now then is bring this weave back from where you've caught it in here to the top of both the wings, up to the top frame, and I'm just going to cut this wire. I would have used a much longer wire, okay?
Right.
I'm going to do a horrible thing, cut it, and just add in some pyrite.
It's okay to save your stash.
Any of my beads out.
Do you know what? How about I give a wee glimpse of these sterling silver
Could you?
earrings?
Because I've lost all my.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I
well,
didn't actually
we
set
were
my
quite
beads out.
quick in the process because we had all the pictures and the DVDs, didn't we?
Yes, and I've lost my. Bear with me, I've lost.
Oh
the
no,
beads
you
to go
take your
with
time.
it.
Don't worry. We'll look at these, and then and we'll get your beads. And I'm sure Amelia will help you if we've said it somewhere else.
So I will go and find them. Where are they? There.
Got them. We've got them.
So,
Wunderbar.
there's beautiful. Oh look.
Yeah, they're brand new sterling silver treats. You get 5 pairs. That constitutes as 1 pair. That's them from the side. You can see there's a loop there actually behind the heart. And if we were to pay a couple of pounds a pair, yeah?
Fantastic.
£9.95. That's about £2 odds each, isn't it really? Isn't it? Sterling silver for each one. They're 925 sterling silver. I'll just see if there's any stamp on them. There may be, there may not. Oh, there is. Right on the post if I turn that round. On the back of the post there, if you've got a beady eye, you'll see just there, that's a number 9, a number 2 and a number 5, which means it's 92.5% pure sterling silver for you there. And you get 5 pairs for £10. I would have been quite happy with £3. I think 3 pairs at £9.95, but I'm not going to complain with 5.
That's amazing.
If you were to buy a pair of sterling silver studs anywhere, any jewellers, you'd pay more than £10 for just 1 pair of sterling silver earrings, wouldn't you? But there you go, £9.95. I'll leave them with you, and we'll continue.
Yes.
Have we got everything we need? Is there anything I can look out for you?
Actually, what it is, I'm just going to add in these little coated
Pyrites.
Pyrites.
Oh no, you're right,
Hematite.
hematites, you were right. I'm looking at pyrites, but saying hematites, forgive me.
We're just doing a basket weave basically across, where you do 3 wraps on the outer, and 1 wrap across the inner wire, which is the navy blue. So I'm just threaded on a coated hematite, pyrite and a hematite. Are they the same? They're virtually the same. Are they the same?
They can look. They're both very metallic. Out of all the gemstones, the 2 sort of metallic stones.
Yes, and they must have a different crystal structure because they're called different things, aren't they?
Yes.
So,
and hematite has a sort of magnetic property to it as well.
But pyrite's an iron-based. I'm sure it must be.
Yeah, I think so. I've not known as a pyrite to be a magnetic bracelet.
No. Oh gosh.
I know you can get hematite magnetic bracelets. I saw them in Spain.
Oh, do you want to move that away so you're not
No,
hurting
no, it was
yourself?
me. I fell off the desk. I was trying to be cool like you, and I just like fell.
And then across
Not
the
very,
other
not very cool.
Oh, and then pop along to the other side and do 3 binds round. Now you can see why I've got.
Sorry, can I just move you
I've got 3.
Thank you.
I've got 3 wraps around the top. Why does that other bird decide to muscle in on the act and get caught in on this one?
Well, this one's to show off. It's like, look at me, I'm here. I'll hold
and then
him.
Back across. Then back across to
Wow.
this one. And that's what we're doing. We're going to end up with a little head
look at what we're
across.
doing. That's amazing.
So we're going to end
That's
up
just the head.
with an iridescent flash that kingfisher has, you see, and across the top of its head feathers. That's what it has. So these little beads are perfect for making that up. So again, all I'm doing is assembling and across with that basket weave the beads for the head. So I've added on 3, as you can see. Make sure you do 3 wraps on the outer, and then just 1 wrap, adding in a bead to the centre navy, and then across to the turquoise, adding in another bead. 3 wraps around that one. So we're going to go on to that stage.
I'm just making sure your wire's straightened, because I don't know if I
talk you through the fact that I've done a 2x2 weave on the beak, and just like the same way that we added in the tail bead for the seahorse, I've added a bead into the beak, and I've added a bead across the top of this beak here. So I'm just going to move this stage away, move on to the next stage.
So it was a hematite on the end of the beak, and then the pyrite just at the tip.
Oh yes, there is, yes. And then I've got to now remember what I did next. Ah yes, next I did a wing section. Now this is one that you could have made with your initial wire frame. So when I bring this back, have you got a pen anywhere? No.
I can. Has anyone got a pen?
No.
I love that in the gallery. Yes. They're on it. Yes, I want your pen. I didn't ask for it for fun, Phil.
So what you could
Wes
do
has saved
is this
the day.
first frame, just make.
Does it work? Do you want me to lick it?
Well,
Did you just vandalise it? Does Rachel Norris just vandalise the Jewellery Maker?
Just make your frame. I'll sign my name. Make your frame.
I love that.
With these extra bits in instead of doing this frondy bit, but it doesn't matter. The bird can be made either way.
I could write my name on it.
So Jenny did this.
Yeah, it was Jenny. It was not me.
And then I used to get my sister into trouble.
Did
I
you?
used to write Nikki all over the house.
Really?
Yeah, sorry, Nikki. Yeah, I did. Sorry, Nikki.
That's like, you know when you do the programme, The Time of Your Life, and like all the family have to, they end up confessing things. That was like that there.
I did do that, but she did things back to me, so it was all fair in love and war. And then that's the top, that's the wing section. Now we're going to add in make a little fronty feathery wing section. Again, you could do this as part of the main frame. So I'm just making my life harder and more difficult by making this wing section here. So what I've done is made a wing section that fits on to the bird like so. And that means that if you have a different colour wire, like a copper or a blue, you can add a different section in. And if you didn't want to do that, just make this section when you initially make the first frame, okay? And then just everything else will be the same anyway. You won't have to do any different techniques. Then I forgot I was going to do that and carried on using antique bronze. So forgive me. That was what I intended to do, was to show that you could bind two wires to each other, two different colours.
Well, we have some pink if you want. Phil's got some luminous pink. I'm not entirely sure how that would go, but yeah, some luminous pink and a cabochon for you. Sorry, I've just put the bubble wrap right in front of that.
Yeah, please.
That was me, sorry. I was setting out the next bits. I don't know where the spool tamer's gone. Oh, it's right on the other side of the table. There it is. This is something I could do with. Not very good with my spools.
Yes, I definitely need it with some of these smaller gauge wires, because it goes all over the place, because it's so tightly wound. You can actually then put it on. But yes, it's fantastic use. I'm trying to think what other uses for it, because it would be obviously useful, I'm sure, for other things too.
Yeah, it probably would actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it might be used for threads as well. It's for threads, not just wire, isn't it? So
well, I'll read the back of it so you can see what it says. It says, feed the wire into the dispensing hole while placing the elastic band around the spool and tighten the buckle to adjust if necessary. You pull your wire to dispense, the spool will rotate freely while dispensing, and there's a grasp tab on it as well for you there. It does say for artistic wire and fits all bead-alone artistic wire spools.
But it'll fit these ones quite happily, won't it? And
it says it fits all bead-alone and artistic wire spools, so should go for all of them. And then you've got yourself 4 reels of wire and a cabochon. A faceted cabochon as well.
That's a pretty one as well, isn't it?
It's a good one, isn't it? Try and hold that properly. There we go. So, 0.4.6, sorry, Rachel.
Aladdin's Cave gemstone, isn't it? That one?
Oh, yeah. I love that. 0.4, 0.6, 0.8 and 1 millimetre, sorry. So 40 metres, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8 and 1 mil. All of it with a 50 carat fuchsia agate for, I didn't see the start price, forgive me. It was $23.90. $23.70, it's now $11.95. Well, that's, hold on, $23.11.95. That's more than 50% off, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and it's a big lot of wire. Again, that colour, blend it in with antique bronze, coppers, silvers. It looks almost fantastic with sometimes the green wires actually, chartreuse actually would, and then bring it back with I mean, actually imagine Bollywood copper with it would look amazing. Look,
that would look gorgeous.
Papadrasha colours elements, bring it in.
Or you could be completely redonkulous and do what I would do and put black with it. And have it really, maybe a couple of black to one pink to make it stand out.
I think I made a pink and black thing about 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, I'd love that.
In fact, actually, I combined it with turquoise and made another fish then, because we had white shell, and it went really well with that.
That sounds gorgeous. So $11.95, give it a wee go. I'm going to get back to the tutorial, because, well, I'll call it tutorial, design inspiration.
It is a bit of a tutorial.
It is a tutorial.
An inspiration for the lovely gemstones that we have. So,
and your incredible talent kind of goes along with that as well.
And we've got what I've done now is the wing shape, and just bound along the tip with some 0.25mm wire, and selected a lovely blue shell, which has turquoise. Obviously, it's like turquoise, but it's got some iridescent.
It's got that lovely property to it, doesn't it?
Yes, and it's like not rainbow, but an iridescence to it all.
Kind of like a mother. Well, it's mother of pearl glow, isn't it? What you expect in a mother of pearl, and then you get it in that as well.
Yeah, so it catches the light really nicely. Oh yeah, I didn't explain what I was doing there. Thread both wires into each side and pull tight, and then wrap up the side of the wing tip till you get to the next gemstone level, which will be one of the pyrites, and add it in the same way, and then do the same for the hematite near the top of the wing front. I'm just going to show us adding in this one next, and then keep on going up the side of this wingtip, and then add in a pyrite to the middle. Again, I would make sure this was a little bit neater. Push the weave together with your fingers. Can you see how I've got rid of that gap that was forming? And because we've got a nice open space to work in, it actually goes quite quickly, so you can assemble this wing section quite quickly. I'm just going to add in one more gemstone to this, and we'll move on to the next section.
Have we got any kits left, by the way? Oh, a handful.
A handful, ooh, yes.
I haven't had that on for a wee while, so I just thought to tell you there is a couple of. If you've just tuned in, we've not had the graphics on screen for a while for this. We took them off quite quickly because we had lots of treats and they were going very quickly, but there happens to be a few. Now, if everybody in the baskets check out, well, there won't be enough, but the code on it is UZGC39 and it went down to $36.95. It was over £55, I think. It's the
Egyptian lotus flower colours, and also you can actually use it for the seahorse. Some of those gemstones will work really, really well in the seahorse as well, to be honest.
And if you just tuned in, that was the first design inspiration as well.
So the shapes, all you do is alter the shapes in the seahorse slightly, and you can actually make it up with that kit as well.
Oh, there you go. We did touch on that earlier, so if you have been thinking about it, definitely get a go.
And then both wires through either side of the gemstone and cinch it tight, and then do the same for the hematite. So I'm going to just show you the finished wing is there. So you've done this 6 times, and I think I've left that long one for a reason. I can't remember why I did. No, I don't think you need it. Oh, do you need it or not? No, you don't need it, so I'm going to get rid of it. And if I do need it, I'm going to add in a wire again. So that's that. Don't worry about it. Let it go. Right, then what I need to do is you have a short end. What I have done is actually wound up along this one. And what I should have done is not cut the wire.
And wound up again.
And wound up at this one. There we are. That's what you do. See, wound up that one. But what I'm going to do is start to think about adding it. And if you've made it in a different colour wire, this is the opportunity you've got to add in this wing to that section. So say you've made this up in turquoise, you can add this into the base of the bird, and because I was stupid and made it in antique bronze and did all the work again, if you want to carry on making antique bronze, just make this frame out, as I've said before, and just weave this in. You don't need this section to attach anything else to it. You can get away without it, but if you are adding in a separate colour of wire, that's what you can do.
Awesome.
Okay, what we're going to do now is make a little frame to add in some green beads along the wing. So what we're going to do, I'll just show you here. I've made a little, almost like a boundary frame with a row of little green beads on it. It's actually made like this. So we're going to show you a quick technique to make that. So what, 10 minutes? Oh God. Right, okay, speedy. So 0.8mm wire. And then I might have to talk through it if we're really, really short for time.
So you want me to bring these over for you?
No, I've just lost my 0.8mm wire. I'll just cut another bit.
Yeah,
I've cut bits ready. So short length, and just add to get the chain nose pliers and wrap around the chain nose pliers so the wires cross over. Pop that loop into the other chain nose plier end, clamp the pliers together, and then wrap around the base of the pliers with it to form the next loop. Take it out, place this into the pliers, clamp the pliers together, and then wrap round to form the next, and so on until you've formed a section of 6. Okay?
Oh yeah.
And it's quite a good way of making this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh wow.
And then we've got a little frame, and you could use that for loads of things. I haven't even thought about all the things you could use it for, but you could. And then cut those lengths to about 2 centimetres, and you've got that little shape ready for binding onto the wing. So I need some wire, some 0.25 will do, or you can use 0.4, so it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to use a little bit because I'm not going to do the whole length of it.
Yep.
And just start to bind along, binding this together. So, just going to bind 3 pieces, so it's a little bit awkward, but this piece goes up at the base of the wing, this one in between the 2 coloured wires, and then this one sits on top of that piece. So this is fiddly. Okay, once you've got this bit done, then it's not too bad. With one end of the wire, just start to bind it all together. It will move around, it will travel, it will be awkward, but I'm holding it together as much as possible. This is the bit where the phone rings. Don't go and answer it until leave a message. So again, three binds at least, and you're starting to hold it together, pulling that into place. Okay. Now it's started to bind together, so that wing, just with 3, is already starting to bind together. All I needed was 3 tight wraps of that 0.25 wire, which is amazing really when you think about it.
Yeah,
it's the thickness of a human hair practically.
Yeah.
Across here now, I'm going to thread on a green bead. Is it agate? What was it again? Don't know. Agate?
It's a green quartz, I
quartz,
think.
is it?
A green dyed quartz, yes.
Okay. And then put it across to one side of the little frame and wrap round. I'm only going to do it once, but you really need to do it a couple of times. And as you work along, you'll need to bind into the base of the wing as well, the woven bit, and bind it across to that. So that should have 2 really, wraps across, to bind that into place. Then bring it down to the base of this wing, and then bind through all the sections together. Bind it round, and you bind it 3 times, and you bound a bead into place. Okay. And then work on up to the next one. Just from the same wing point bit across diagonally to the next section. Try and keep this little frame above the base of the wing, and if you have made the wing differently, which I do strongly suggest actually, you won't even have that little bit to worry about having to bind to. Okay, then add another green bead in the same way, zigzagging up and down. I'm going to actually move this away. Zigzagging up and down this wing, attaching here to here to here to here to here to here, zigzagging up and down, attaching these beads to make a pattern. These wire ends can fold down to the back of the bird to make a detail, and what I have done is curled them, so they just add a really pretty detail. If you look at the back of the wing here, we take him off. I bent the pin a little bit. You can see vaguely under here that I've actually curled those wires.
Oh yeah.
You see, so any wire ends, that actually doesn't matter. You can just make a curl and press it in. So that's what happens to those bits. If I give that back to you.
Yeah, of course, I'll just hold that again.
Next bit to do, there's stacks really, but I'll try and cover it. These bits get curled, okay, into place.
Yep.
So I'll leave that bit because you know about how to do curling. And then what we'll do is just quickly form the body of the bird, and we need to fit a gemstone into place. Now the gemstone setting is made in exactly the same way as we did the hummingbird setting, so you don't need to do anything different.
The same one as previous. And if you missed that, you can watch on Jewellery Maker's YouTube page.
But we've made a heart shape with a point at the tip rather than an oval. Okay, so you've just folded it round to a heart, and so that means these gemstones can be used in the other design.
Can I quickly show those, Mike? Sorry. Just
oh yes, sorry.
No, just pop them down.
So just use a heart shape for your gemstone setting, like so.
Yep, perfect.
And
Thank you.
Seahorse used an oval, you see. So fit that into place, and then this is the point at which you can do your drawing. Put it back to the drawing. put that into place. Oh yeah, that fits. And then just do the next bend for the tail and start to form the tail section. And then form the tail section and bring it up. I'm going to show you the next section. Have I got him?
Probably.
Yes.
Is that in there?
Yeah, that's it. So
we've got him.
Form your tail up and down like that. I'm not going to ruin him too much because I might actually eventually make him up. So I'm going to leave that rather than mangling him. And then leave that there.
We've got our next section here.
Is the section all made up with the tail made in exactly the same way as we did the wingtips. And you see how I've curled these down as well to add detail.
Oh yeah.
And we've got some curls here for later, and we've got that all added in. The next thing to do is add in this heart shape into the base of the bird.
Sorry, I'm just looking at it. It's mesmerising.
Now again, I'm going to take some more 0.2. I'm working with a lot of that. Again, it's quite okay to use 0.4, to be honest, for this. It's completely okay. So the two wire gauges are interchangeable. If we start running out of time, everyone, can I talk through the rest?
Yep, of course.
So how much time have we got?
About 7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay. So what I'm going to do is bind this into place.
Phil's given us an extra 5 because he's nice like that.
Now, did I? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I took it away.
Yeah, I bound it to the tip of the. I'm using a short bit of wire. I bound it to the tip of the tail first. Tip of the heart to the tip of the tail. But what I've done to make it slightly easier on myself, I want to make it ready to go to the next intersection. So I don't know whether you want to bring something else to air or while I'm just quickly doing this.
Phil, do you want us to squeeze anything on just now?
If not, I'll just bind down this quickly and just show you.
He's running out.
But what I'm doing is just wrapping up the base of the tip of this.
Do you know
heart.
what I'll do? I'll show everybody what we're going to give you as our challenge. You haven't got it yet. Let me grab it. You haven't seen it yet. Is that all right, Phil?
Yes, I haven't done a single thing for it yet.
No, well, don't worry. I haven't worried about it. I think we'd quite prefer this, to be fair.
I haven't done it. All I've done is thought about it.
Well, we can talk through it. Hey.
We can make a beautiful gilded bracelet. What I've done is made the shank for it, which is I was going to do, and make a bracelet for it, but probably won't have time to do it, so I'll have a go. But that would be wonderful. And then one of those stones in the middle of one of that would be fantastic. Really chunky. They're chunky stones.
Yeah, they are.
So that was what I was going to do.
They're brand new, given to us by James. What's James's official title? Channel manager.
Oh, very good.
There we go. You gave us those. Don't know what we did to deserve those. I think it's just the fact that you were here today. You probably thought, oh yeah, let's get these treats on.
What I'm doing is binding the base of this to the base of the tail twice here, and I've also got it ready so that I can bind to the side of the body as well. 1, 2, 3. Wraps around here. I'm only going to do 2. And then this is ready then to attach to the body, and what I'm doing to do is a 2x2 weave along here.
Okay.
When you get to the stage where you want to fit the stone in, you fit the stone in here, and there's a drill hole through here, so you can actually just attach the wire from side to side through the drill hole.
Yeah.
So say you got to here, then with the 2x2, then pass the wires through to the opposite side, through the stone, and carry on working up. What you also need to do, because I'm going to have to talk through it, everyone,
That's
sorry.
perfect. No, it's great.
Is we've got several wires here that we can use to band over the stone. So imagine the stone is bound in place. Oh, sorry, gosh. These 2 wires are going to come round and form part of the face here. Sorry, these 2 wires are going to come for the wire that comes from the body will come round and form part of the face, and the wire that comes from the wingtip will come round and form part of the face. The wire that comes from the 2x2 frame here will then fold over the stone and form a curl, so that when you come to the point at which you want to cinch in the stone, which is already attached, remember you've got it attached in through this bit, also bind across here and here, and I'm going to talk you through it. So I'm going to show you. Okay, yeah, I'm so sorry not to have shown you it, but I think we can get across it.
We can, and of course, if there's any point where you're thinking, oh, I've got to that point, can you just remind me, or can you just go through it? Rachel's on Facebook, we're all on Facebook, you can message us and we'll help you.
See what I've done? I've wound along here and stopped. So I've bound that bit. I've also shaped that little bit here across the gemstone. You can see the gemstones fixed into place here. And then I've done a 2 by 2, and when I've got to this stage, I've wrapped also across here and here to bind the stone.
Secure that in. Yep.
Then continued in a 2 by 2 up here. This side I've done the same, 2 by 2, 2 by 2, got to this stage and bound across all the wires at this point, and that holds this into place. That holds. So if you had a cabochon, you could have a cabochon setting in there
and anchor it in.
Yes, but the drill hole just helps you stabilise it actually.
Yeah.
When you get to the end of here, carry on doing the 2 by 2 weave in a face shape, and then we can add in. We've got loads of things to add in, but we've got an eye section to bind on. And what I've done is form a little eye that forms the that fits across here. I'll show you how we're going to do that. We're going to bind on the eye next, and then I'll talk you through the rest of it. We've got a brooch pin to bind on if you want to use it as a brooch, and we've got another wing that I've also made, another wing to fit onto the back. Now, this photograph has been taken on the website, so you can see it.
You've taken pictures of everything.
I'll quickly
I'm
show
sure
you how
Wes
to do it, but study this in carefully, study the diagram, and what this wing will do is fit behind this bird, like so, and I'll show you how to thread it through and curl it in a minute, but let me do the eye first.
Yep.
So what I've done is a 2 by 2 weave along the point of an eye. It's almost like an Egyptian feeling of an eye, with a little curl, and this will actually fit to the back of the bird, because the birds have these lovely plumage details, and this is ready to attach here, this is ready to attach here, and then you can add a bead across here and attach to here and here, and then come back and then weave along and the top and attach it to here. If we haven't got time to do this, you see, I'm sorry.
No, you're great. Thank you so
much.
much
Make sure you attach
it
here
within the time.
and then add a bead, attach here, add a bead across, attach there, bring the wire back, carry on weaving and attach it here. All these wires can be curled around and added details. Now the other wing section, there's a lot to fit in, it's a huge immense project. Can fit in like, what I did was just find spaces in the bird's body. And there is a virtual space by the side of the gemstone if you haven't done the setting too tight, which is good. Bear with me. I'm going to have to
have a look at it
and then pop it in.
If you've not already got it, do give us a wee call on 800 644 655, but I can't guarantee there's any left, but always, if in doubt, give it a wee try, or on the website as well.
So when you've made that wing, you'll have lots of little spaces to add, to bind onto, lots of wires. Put these 2 wires through that virtual space, curl those wires round and add detail to the body, turn the bird over, and you've got all these wires to bind into certain places on the back of the bird.
Oh, can I just move you down just over here? Or down a wee
there.
bit. Perfect, yes,
You've got lots of places here to bind to the back of the bird, to bind this wing into places. At least you'll need 4 binding spots to stop this wing flapping around. And these can curl around into places to add detail over the front of the bird, you see?
Yeah.
And then you can bind in your brooch pin after all this has happened. It is a complex piece. It takes a day to make, but it's a beautiful piece to wear, to be able to wear.
It's outstanding. Isn't it incredible?
If anyone's got it stuck, please come back to me. But the pictures are on the website.
Yep.
I've verbally gone through everything.
Yep.
If you've managed to get to this stage this far, you've got the skill to finish this bit, to be honest. So I know that if you got to this stage, I know you'll be able to bind on another wing and then make it up. Just as long as you print off those photographs and
just
follow them.
Print off a picture of the finished piece as well, and do a wee zoom in, and then you can just make sure that you've got yourself everything that Rachel's done. But again, if there are any questions, don't hesitate to drop us a wee message on Facebook. It's Facebook Jewellery Maker UK. Of course, Rachel Norris, guest designer, on there as well. I'm Ali Defoy. I've already linked Rachel on my page today, so if you haven't already found her, just click on the link and that'll take you straight to her page. Rachel, you're amazing. Thank you so much.
Well, I hope it all comes across okay.
Oh, it's amazing.
Sometimes it's a gamble every time, thinking, can I get this piece across? But
it's
if it has come
unbelievable,
across,
isn't
it'll
it?
be okay.
It was incredible, incredible. I'm going to give you a chance to have a sip of water. You've been talking for about 3 hours, bless you. And we're going to do some quick 1-minute wonders on the other side of a really short break. Rachel and I enjoy you saying thank you so
my
much.
Darling, as well. Thank you.
Do you have a question that you need answering?
Well, did you know you can ask to speak to an accredited jewellery professional in our call centre?
Trained by the GIA, you can ask us any gemological question and we'll do our best to help.
We don't just sell gemstones, we know gemstones.
That's why when you buy from us, you're buying with confidence. Buy your genuine gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals.
The first C we look for is colour. The colour of a gemstone refers to the hue, tone, and more importantly, the even saturation of colour within the gemstone. This can make the difference between a poor stone and a highly exquisite gem, being highly sought after by collectors worldwide. Secondly, we look for clarity. Almost all gemstones can contain some type of inclusions formed during crystallisation. Some gemstones, for example emerald, are acceptable with inclusions, whilst others are graded on how clean they are. Then we look for carat. Gemstones are always measured in carat weight when cut and commonly in grams as rough. Additionally, there are 100 points in every carat, so every point counts. And last but definitely not least, we come to cut. The cut is the most misunderstood and underestimated of the 4 C's. The cut should never be confused with the shape of the gemstone. This is the 3-dimensional form, whilst the cut is the direct manipulation of the gemstone's facets by the lapidrist. Many factors are involved here, including the vision, experience and expertise of the lapidrist. If accomplished perfectly, a truly exquisite gemstone can be crafted into a work of art.
Join Gemma Crow with her brand new Edition 2 Wire Mesh DVD. Gemma will guide you through the fabulous art of mesh with more techniques to learn, so why not create vintage looks with amazing texture and structure? To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Oh, lots and lots to bring you. I'll try and be as quick as I can. If you just tuned in, I'm Ali Defoy. It's great to see you. I'm about to try and bring you some 1-minute wonders, so I'm allowed a minute to show it to you, and then we'll move on. But you've got as long as it's available for to get hold of it, so don't feel rushed that you have to grab it within the minute. But it just gives you a minute to see it, so it means I can bring you a bigger selection, and then you can have a time to maybe jot down the code of it if you like it. And then we can go from there, but I don't want you to feel rushed. It just means we only spend a minute on air time on it. It means we can get through more for you, so you get more of a selection. It's a full 100 centimetre of emeralds. Do you remember yesterday we had 90 centimetres of rubies? The lovely clear. Did you see the design that she had yesterday? She alternated sort of sections with pearls. Oh, and they were just dreamy. They were wonderful. They were so incredible. So something you could sort of maybe copy. What was that, sorry? The launch of this 500. We had 500 of these. Don't know how we would get 500 135 carat. How much is that then? 500 times 135. How many thousands of carats is that? 67,500 carats. And we didn't just end with 500, we've got some. Is that, no, 25 pounds for a metre. Who in the world has the chance to buy a metre of emeralds on a daily basis? Isn't that bonkers?
It is. That's enormous amount.
For 25 pounds, you can even buy a piece of sort of faux jewellery, glass, plastic jewellery from a jeweller's for that price.
Also, how many strands can you make? I mean, you can make a triple. Is it triple strand?
I'm going for it. Although last time I did this, I suffocated myself almost in the telly. Didn't go well the other day. Did you see it?
I did see it.
Oh, not good.
Poor thing.
I would say 2 for a good sort of 18.
I was just worried that you were hurting, but also it was.
There was tears streaming out of my eyes.
Oh, was it hurting?
Oh, aye.
No,
it didn't hurt as in, I just thought I couldn't breathe.
Oh no, that's horrible.
That's because I couldn't.
No, there was, oh no. Oh, Andy, I'm sorry.
It's funny afterwards.
Poor thing.
Right, sorry, that wasn't a 1 minute wonder, was it? Sorry. What's next? No, it was me.
Stop you doing that.
No, talk as much as you wanted. Box number 19. Oh, it's these. I had these the other day. These are amazing. Hello. In fact, I say the other day, it must have been a good few months ago since I had these. I love these. I think there's so many different points that you could attach them to chains and different pieces of jewellery.
Imagine, I'm trying to think, resin or enamel or other things. There's polymer clay would squeeze through that beautifully. Friendly plastic, you can put that onto friendly plastic and it will squeeze through beautifully as well.
Yeah. I can imagine Jenny with them as big earrings. Could you imagine Jenny with them? I'm not talking about Jenny from the block, I'm talking about our very own Jenny. I could imagine her with these. Totally.
A fantastic pendant. I mean, the pendant findings as well, aren't they? So lovely. Like sunshine, sun rays. Lovely. Excellent.
Ah. Got a $6.95 for 5. Do you know what I'm also thinking of? You know, the other day we had t-shirt yarn. You know, if you make your braid, you might use this to kind of feed it through and be this kind of like a wee embellishment, or like what you would do with a scarf, where you would feed it through something and then just have that to hold it in place.
Yes, and you can have threads coming through from. I bet Prue could do something with that actually, or Sarah, you know, the macrame experts, and also, you know, there's places to attach jump rings and things like that. So. Yeah, great. And I wonder whether you could curve it as well. There'll be things you can do, hammering it into a curve with the dome shaping thing. So there's lots to do.
Endless. Gone. Sold and moved on. I'm not good at this 1 minute things, am I? Leaves and wings for you. The Matrix collection, charm collection. So you get 8 different designs. And you get 24 pieces, 3 of each design. There's a leaf cut leaf, a 3-cut leaf, a sparrow wing, an eagle wing, a fancy charm, a wonder leaf, a wonder leaf, an apro leaf, a knife leaf, and a shadow of peace leaf. They graduate in size from the smallest being 18 by 3 mil, and the largest is a 24 by 9 mil, if my eyes can see correctly there for you. Plenty of charms, going down to a cheeky wee $9.95. Ooh, the reason it's that price is so that Phil can have it allocated in a minute. That's purely the reason. It's going to come in, it's almost like a pack of cards size box when it arrives. And at £10, you've got yourself 24 charms. That's more than, well, even if you charged £1 a charm, you make profit. Wouldn't you? 24, that'd be 24 odd pounds. Love it. Bring in, ooh, let's get these on. Oh, I like, oh. Sorry, Cass. Might have just tipped the jar a little bit and dropped them all. Oh, there's a lot in there. Well, you should get 145. I've maybe got about 45. Oh, I'm really sorry, Cass. I'm going to pick them up. I'm going to sort it out, don't worry. So there you can see them there. They've got 2 connectors on either side and a big ring in the middle. Boop, there it is. So I'm just going to put one in the end of a sterling silver eye pin. I hope that's all right. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it might even be sterling silver. I'm not sure. Silver in colour anyway. There we go in the end. Excuse my sniffles, forgive me. 8 by 3 millimetre. And 145 of them. Plenty there. Phil's going to drop in a wee price for you. That's my producer today. Oh, is that all? I've only got 5 available. They're gold plated. They're down to $9.95. I don't know what they originally were, but that's what they are today. On the phone lines on the web, check it out, but they are about to sell out. There were only 5 and they've gone. Well done indeed. Oh, gold plated chandelier. Oh, I like these. Oh, wait, you see. Oh, forgive me. Oh, forgive me again. They're pinging across the room. Oh. There we go. So you get 5 pairs or 10 of them. Depends how you want to look at them. You might want to look at them as a pendant. Oh, they might make lovely asymmetric style necklaces, wouldn't they? Or sort of layered pieces. What do you reckon? 5 pairs or 10 individual connector, well, chandeliers, however you wish to look on them. Oh, are we? Gold-plated copper is going down to £6.95. It's the lowest price of the show all day. A little bit naughty, isn't it?
Perfect.
Perfect. I love that, Rachel Norris. Perfect. Job diddly done. Chandeliers or pendants, whichever you prefer. You get 10 of them if you're counting them as pendants. You're getting 5 pairs if you're counting them of as earrings. But either way, you do not want to miss out on those, do you? Everything's selling out, isn't it? Well done there. Sterling silver square earring findings. Oh, wow. Wowzers indeed. Wait to see these. Sterling silver butterfly backing you get with them as well. Oh, as she drops it. So there's your butterfly backing. It's got a 925 stamp on it. If I turn it to the side, it's slightly curved. And then you've got your hoop, there it is. Ooh, how low can we go? What do you reckon? 3 pairs, sterling silver. That'll constitute as a pair for £10, £9.95. Go for it, treat yourself. You could maybe even stamp on top of those.
Oh, yes, you could. Yeah.
Push them into maybe polymer clay or something.
Yeah.
And then at the bottom of a pendant,
I
and then be
suppose
able to drop.
a bit careful not to knock the pin off the back.
Off, yeah.
But you can use some new glues as well to stick some gemstones onto the front, or polymer clay pieces. Again, you can stick them into the back of resin. Use your helping hands and just hold them into the back of resin.
Right.
Friendly plastic, they'll stick to the back off very quickly. They'll bake into the back of polymer clay pieces as well, so you can bake them in the oven. Again.
Could you also even turn that bit up, that post up, and make it like a bail?
I'd be a bit careful again to not to knock it off the back, depending on how the solder is. I'd be a bit careful.
Seems quite strong.
Yes.
But at £9.95, I'll leave it there.
Oh, they're sterling silver. Actually,
Yeah.
it'll work better. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yay! Ruby and emerald nuggets. So yesterday we had rubies, today we had emeralds, and today we've also got ruby and emeralds. 7 available. Oh, well, it's definitely going to be a 1 minute wonder, isn't it? 195 carats. You get both rubies and emeralds. They're alternated across the strand, but if you want to separate them and just have the rubies and just have the emeralds together, you can do that. That's not a problem. 3 by 1 millimetre, and they graduate in nugget form up to 7 by 2 mil. It's an 83 centimetre strand, and we are going to drop the price to the lowest price ever.com. I don't know if that's a website, so please don't look it up. £14.95. What do you reckon? Love it or love it? 83 centimetres. Do you want to get a glimpse of how that might look on? I'll just drape it over my head, if you can excuse the hair. It is a website. Don't look it up then. Someone took my idea. Lowestprice.com. I said that about 9 years ago. This will be selling out, so check it out as and when you can. Well done on that. Lovely. Right. Chain collection. Oh, these fly out. Forgive me, I think I'm about to sneeze. Well, I do have hay fever, but I didn't think it was that.
It's not coming because mine's just
Maybe
about going to
that.
start soon. I forget every year that I'm gonna. You must. I'm sorry, but I forget every year I get hay fever, and I remember each year again when I get it. Yeah, but that's what I do.
Me. I tried. I was waving my hand for about 10 minutes. Sorry. Oh, that one hurt. Forgive me. Right down your television screen. Forgive me. Or your mobile phone. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Sitting on the bus and everybody thinks it was you that's sneezing. Sorry, it's me. Sorry. Right. Oh, wow, they're gorgeous. You get 7 styles and you get 14 in total because you get all 7 styles in black gold plated and then you get all 7 styles in antique bronze plated. Oh, I love those. I'll just quickly read through the types of chains you get. Each one is 1 metre, so that's you getting 14 metres of chain in total. Tiny oval, oval link, mini twisted, twisted oval, Figaro chain, Figaro, pattern link and ball chain, and you get all of that repeated again in your antique bronze as well as your black gold. And all 14 metres for $29.95. That's 7 designs, 14 chains, and 1 price point of $29.95. £2 and 14 pennies a chain.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, and you can use. So useful. They're so useful.
And you get the box as well. Just in case you wondered if this was my fancy storage box, you get one to keep too. Storage boxes can be a good couple of pounds, as it is. Even in the pound shop, I was affronted, thinking it was going to be £1 and it was £3. 3. I know, what's that all about? Love these. Oh, woo! When did you ever get ametrine plain rounds? Where did these come from? Well, I gathered Bolivia, smarty pants. I don't think I've brought you ametrine plain rounds before. Usually you get them in a nugget form or maybe a big slab, but these rounds are lovely.
Aren't they as well?
Yeah.
And they're really clear.
They're really clean, aren't they? The clarity on them is tremendous, especially with a gem that's maybe a bit, well, it is a mix of both amethyst and citrine properties. Don't often look this crystal clear. That's why I'm amazed that we've even got them, but I think they are right to be in a round. I think that does show them off beautifully. Completely natural. For some reason the price was reduced. Only $11.95. But then they reduced it to $8.95. Was it a sale? Was it the birthday? What was going on? It wasn't the birthday. And it's $8.95. It's a great length on there as well. You're getting your full 38 centimetres on that too. Looks quite clear on here. Forgive me for that. If I hold it against my black top, you might get to see a better strength of colour from it. Or not. Maybe against the skin tone. We'll try that instead. It's that clear, it's not helping it. How does it look against the skin? Lovely. And the bright light's bleaching it a little bit as well. And then you can see it's got quite a strong pink thread through the middle. I think that's a mistake then. Oh, maybe when the clocks went forward. This was brought to you at 8:37 in the morning, but that's quite funny because the show doesn't start till 9 AM. So either Kim was just getting really happy and putting prices on the web, which is not allowed. It must have been one time when the clocks went forward. I'll leave those there. Good luck. Check them out when you can. Mozambique. Oh, I love a good Mozambique garnet. Oh, they're so juicy. Juicy, juicy. Faceted gorgeously. Gems of Distinction originally started on our sister channel, Gems TV. We had the Gems of Distinction necklaces and bracelets that were like this, and they had a clasp on them. Sterling silver or gold. The gold one would be about £150 with the threaded gems and a clasp.
Yes.
And I don't think it's going to be anywhere near there.
Orange, isn't it? They've got the orange tones to the garnet.
Yeah, well, different ones, yeah, but the Mozambique tends to give you a little bit more of an orangey garnet, which is lovely. But you can get some lovely purpley ones from Rajasthan and India. They're really, really pretty. It depends what you're looking for, but the Mozambique has quite a lot of the sort of pie rope with the reds and the oranges.
You can see it on the screen coming across so well, actually. Yeah, goodness.
Really lustrous at £9.95. Well, but you're going to drop it. That's not even a Gems of Distinction price, is it? You get tassels and everything. You get a cheeky tassel on there. Well, that's one way to give away January's birthstone, isn't it? If you've never tried January's birthstone, why don't we make this our first purchase or first treat? Try us out. Have we got many? 17. And it's about to sell out. 0800 644 655. Free phone number in the UK landlines. Our garnets, hand on heart, I've only ever brought you a natural garnet from Jewellery Maker or the Genuine Gemstone Company. We don't tend to treat our garnets in any way. Very fortunate, we've got a great buying team where we don't need to. But we tend to always bring natural garnets. I've not seen an unnatural garnet at this company ever, which I think is quite special. Ooh, apatite coloured quartzite. Well, that's not legal, is it? You can't call it that, can you? Call it the name of a gem of another gem? No. It's quartzite. And a lovely colour. 6, 8 and 10 mil for you, so 6mm, 10mm and 8mm in each strand. You've got 3 strands about 38 centimetres in length. Can you accept my apologies? I don't think that name is quite right. I don't think it should be called apatite colour quartzite. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think that's misleading, personally. It's a lovely colour. It's a mixture of sort of neon apatites and azures and teals.
It's lovely teal colour.
It's lovely. I think it should be called teal colour quartzite.
I mean, it would go well with what we had on today. Actually, all the pieces could be part sides of the necklace and add in well. So yeah, it would go well.
It would be gorgeous with the antique bronze wires. Do you think?
Yes.
Would it?
Oh yes, it would. Yeah.
Definitely. Oh, these are a treat. So yeah, forgive me. That's what it's called, but I personally. Well, you know what I feel. I'm far too honest for my own good sometimes, but if I was sitting at home, I would say the exact same thing. So, at £9, oh, well, there you go, at that price point, there's no brainer, isn't it? It's genuine quartzite. We do love a good quartzite, and we can get a good quartzite and a good cheeky quartzite price, because you can get it a bit more affordable as what it would maybe be if it was maybe a quartz in itself, or maybe a topaz. We couldn't do the same price for topaz as quartzite, purely because quartzite is a little bit more available, and unfortunately for quartzite is less in demand than topaz. Topaz is a birthstone gem, which quartzite isn't. But it's a really special treat. Oh, there's a wee cheeky topaz collection coming up in the late show tonight, talking of that. £9.95. That's all we're looking for. Enjoy that one. Should do our big agates on the T-bar to T-bar. Love, love, love these. Brand new. What was that? Sorry. We can't do this as a 1 minute wonder. Well, I'm pleased about that. Oh my word, wait till you see this. Feast your eyes upon a brand new treat. I launched the green similar version, but it was top drilled. and the orange, and I think the purple in December time, November, December time, with Mark Smith one morning. And they flew out the door. The gold edge was what made them so special. These are agates, but banded agates as well. So fuchsia banded agates. Look at this detail. So they've all got the gold finish, but they've also got this amazing natural banding. Dyed to give you more of a popping pink, but the banding is natural.
What I'd intended to do, because you can then like landscapes, I wanted to make a palm tree running up one side of them, or a golden bird flying across the screen, flying across the sky.
Sunset.
And in the end I've just not had time, so what I've done, I'll very quickly show you the gold wire teamed up with some of the pink wire that we had. I haven't spiralled these down, so imagine they're spiralled to the side. I just literally haven't had very much time. So I would have spiralled those down at the side and added, what you can do is add a little motif on the front of that. So I've literally not had very much time at all. But that's pink wire with red wire inside twisted gold wire. And so again, you can just bring out the colours of the gemstone. Now, I would have made it a bit more neater. You can make it more neatly, of course, but...
You made this in about 5 minutes.
So...
Are you joking?
But I haven't finished it. The things I would have wanted to do with it are, I would have wanted to sit down with a day and work with those.
I couldn't possibly have dreamed of creating something like that in 5 minutes, never mind a whole day.
But use these colour wires together, and you've got the colours of the gemstones with the gold, you see. So I think some of those came up today anyway, the pinks.
Yeah, we had the pinks earlier. You might have the red and stash. There might be some in the wire deal on the website. That's unreal. You are a genius. I love it. I love it. Did I say I loved it?
If I had more time. But there we go. It'll do.
My word. Sorry?
There we are.
I have no idea, Rachel. Would you even... I wouldn't let you sell this. I would want you to keep it. Or I would dibs it. If you were ever to sell something like that, what sort of price point?
Well, if it was made well and not with messy bits, how many do you want to say? What, 25 pounds or something like that? You know what I mean?
I'm thinking 35.
But
and to feel the weight of it as well, it feels fabulous.
Yes, there's a lot of wire in it.
Feels really expensive.
The wire is not expensive here. The wire is not expensive.
But elsewhere it is.
But how much are each one of those gemstones in themselves? I suppose you just got to be
£21.95 for the 5.
So
not even £5
you've got to factor that into the price then a little bit, so bump it up. So, £30, but it's got to be all 35, but it's got to be made really well. So I would spend some time and put some weaving in, some extra little beads around the side, a little motif across the front, not to hide the pattern, but to add to it.
But also bearing in mind, everyone else doesn't know how much you got them for and don't know that you only got them for less than £5 each.
And they're edged, you see, and you've got these little beads in with them.
You do actually, you get to keep those.
Yeah, you've got
you don't ask for them back.
So, yeah, they're lovely. And they're like little landscapes, those ones, actually. They're particularly pretty.
Aren't they? I love them in the fuchsia. Think how many of you have fuchsia rounds at home or banded agate rounds at home you want to put them with. That's just fabulous. Well done, you. Right. Ooh, calcite. We were looking at this earlier. These are bright, vibrant oranges, almost like little sunsets. They're amazing. Unisex, I reckon, as well. What do you think? I haven't even got them all. Having been seen once before in a morning show, there's still another 4 in the drawer. I just can't physically twist round to grab them. But it's 740 carats. But quantity-wise, it will depend on the carat weight. Before what you've got here, there is another 4. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 approximately. Oh, thanks, Cass. You're a superstar. Oh, I'm glad you got that one actually, because there's a wee square one as well. Do Remember those sweets that were like kind of soft and fruity? What are they called? Soft fruits. You used to get in sort of cushiony shapes like that. All the summer fruit colours.
Yeah. Not opal fruits or opalicious fruits, or no, they're not. They look more like a sorbet.
Sorbet. Oh.
Yeah, like peach sorbet.
Do you like them?
Orange sorbet.
Oh, an orange and lemon sorbet. Imagine a combination. It looks like one of those really fancy fruity cocktails you get.
Yeah, I could manage one of those when I get home.
If only we could just have cocktails on tap for Rachel Norris, that'd be awesome. And I could have them too. And Mike, or all of us.
Sounds a good idea.
I'd have a cheeky mocktail. £21.95, but let's reduce the price because Phil feels like it. And he's going to a wedding tonight, so he's in the party mood already. £17.95. 740 carats. It's a huge carat weight. I think they're pretty fabulous. I can't think of another gemstone that we've offered, like calcite, that's got the sort of same colour. Calcite is what you have sometimes in lapis lazuli. It looks a bit white. Have you ever seen sort of white spots on lapis lazuli?
Yeah, it makes it sodalite, does it? When you have too much of it, does it make it sodalite? Possibly not.
I don't think. Not.
Don't know.
No.
No, it doesn't.
Sorry, not that I'm aware of. I believe sodalite is a different gem sort of structure and family, but it does look like what you would expect sodalite to look like, or what you would expect pyrite, lapis lazuli to look like if it had loads of calcite on it. But just in case something's changed, I missed it. Just remind you of orange sodalite. Swap the blue with the orange. It's making you think of orange sodalite. Well, you do get your calcite. You do get your calcite in your sodalite, though. I'm 99.9% sure. I should probably get my book out, but Phil probably won't let me because he's probably gone back to his 1 minute wonders and I'm not allowed to get my book anymore. Think about these together. No, it's natural orange calcite. Amazing and amazing. Yep, natural. Thank you for your question.
Oh, that's what it is. There's a beach in Cornwall you can get it, but obviously not polished like that. I asked Hannah what it was. I've got a big lump of it. Then that's what it must be.
Must be your calcite, yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite often found in the beach. There you go. You got it. I think that looks like a famous Scottish drink. What do you reckon? Of a fizzy variety. Oh. Lovely. Excuse my sniffles. I just realised I sniffed there. I forgot it was on live TV. Sorry. Sorry, Mum. Concentrated turquoise. Oh, these ones are fab. These make me think of was it third rock from the sun?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm thinking of bones and dinosaurs. Was it not dinosaurs and third rock from the sun?
Don't know.
Yeah, but it did not have dinosaurs in it.
Jurassic Park.
Maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm just making it up.
Yeah.
Oh, either way, these are going to be $6.95. So.
And they're pretty.
And they're cool, aren't they?
Imagine putting like coral in between them, like really sort of zingy coral in between those. They look amazing.
That would look fabulous.
Yeah.
Can you put the odd pearl in between it? Would that be quite an unusual sort of stranded necklace, or would that look a bit odd?
They'd have to be round pearls.
Yeah,
round as possible. Yes.
Get them home. You've got 30 days to make your mind up. They're only $6.95. I'm going to move on. Concentrated turquoise. I guess technically means broken down turquoise that's been kind of made to be friends again. Oh, funny that. We're doing white pearls. Can I show them together? Ooh. What do you reckon? These are totally natural, almost perfectly round pearls. 5mm to 6mm. It's not 5 by 6mm. It's 5mm to 6mm. So it's a graduating pearl strand of rounds. Don't like the fact that it says potato in there, because they're not potatoes. I've never had a perfectly round potato to eat. Have you? Roll off my plate. And I like potatoes, but not when you're comparing pearls to them. They're not meant to be compared, they're just trying to say that, but they're not. They're 5 mils and 6 mils, so there is no oval shape to them, or even possibly slight potato shape to them. I'm imagining these to be around £30 because they're totally natural, and they're June's birthstone. But unlike other places, we don't tend to change the price depending on what month you're buying it. Is it? That is a long strand, especially when they're smaller. You would think you would get yourself...
Yeah.
Well, let's measure it. 30 centimetres plus a further 10, so about 40 centimetres. And there are, bear in mind the graduating size, there are approximately 3 in a centimetre. So 40 times 3. About 120. About 120 pearls. 120 pearls. Not accurately, because some are 6 mil and some are 5 mil, but it's about 12.5 pence each, approximately. Would you pay that for a pearl? Would you pay less than 30p for a pair of pearl earrings?
And you could embroider that onto onto your wedding gown.
Oh my gosh,
because
could you
remember
imagine?
people used to, I had pearls embroidered onto the sleeves of my wedding gown, and that you could do that for that sort of price.
How luxurious.
You know, just along the sleeves and along the it's a beautiful gown actually. There we go. But yeah.
Oh, have you still got it?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
how lovely. My mum doesn't have hers anymore. She let me dress up as a princess one Christmas when I was like 6 years old, and she cut it up so it would fit me.
Oh. Oh.
So I wore my mum's wedding dress as a princess. I loved it. I had floaty sleeves.
Actually, you know what? Sometimes they only get one for one day, and at least it got worn for joy.
Loved it.
Yeah.
And she sewed a little rose on at the front, and I was a rose princess rose, and she put little roses around. I remember it's my favourite fancy dress.
Yeah.
It beat my Annie Apple outfit, which was a big cardboard box in the shape of an apple, and I couldn't sit down for the entire party.
There we go.
Eek. Right. Oh, I'm going to go and chill out with Rachel.
Oh.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Rachel.
Yes,
you are just...
Well, it's been a lovely day, actually. Really long day, but lovely day.
I know, I feel for you. I don't want to get my
And I had to get
sneezes
my
on
photograph taken for the website when I was like...
Oh, we'll get another one for you if you don't like it. Well, I've had mine haunt me for the past 9 years, so if you don't like it, we'll get you a new one. But we had a wee message from Louise saying thank you, GM and Rachel, for an amazing DI show today. And Alison Taddy's messaged in as well. Guest designer Alison said, Rachel, your kingfisher is amazing. Well, it all is, but I didn't read the rest of that one. That's changed already. Thanks, Phil. So many. We're trying to get them on. I'm just back from the school run. I wanted to say, Rachel, that the kingfisher is stunning. I'm taping the show to watch later. Love, Louise, guest designer. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Alison.
And one more quickly, Pauline, or Polly should I say, thank you so much, Rachel, for a wonderful afternoon. You're not only a great artist, designer and tutor, but you're such a beautiful, humble lady. She absolutely is. 100% agree with you. You've enjoyed today. I know it's been actually, very much.
I think I push myself even further each time, I think, but in a way I'm pushing everybody here.
Yeah, well, we love it. You make us work.
I look forward to seeing what you make, but these gemstones can look stunning when they're worked with and loved and made with care, and you know they can. I enjoyed working with every single piece of gemstone in the today from the kits. So.
I'm so pleased. We enjoyed you working with absolutely everything. The way you speak about it, the way you love what you do is so inspiring, not just obviously for me but for everybody at home, and I think I speak on behalf of everybody in that we cannot thank you enough, and we cannot wait for you to be back on. Do you know off the top of the head, or will we just keep our eye on
June? And I've got to now put my head on, thinking what do I do? So any suggestions? If anyone's got any ideas, just message through, and I can just buzz them through my head and see whether that'll work. So
sounds awesome.
Just I need ideas. Yeah.
Sounds fantastic. Do make sure that if there's anything you've got in your basket, check it out as soon as you can. There's lots and lots coming up. Please do always check the website for when Rachel's next going to be on, and as with any guest designers, do always have a wee look, and it tells you on a daily basis who's likely to be with you. Quickly.
Wow. Yes, you can see it from the... I mean, it looks like diamonds, doesn't it?
It is diamonds.
Oh, it is diamonds.
You wouldn't expect diamonds to be on Jewellery Maker's late show, would you? There are 5 available, and it will be in about 30 minutes time. You don't want to go anywhere. It's got this gorgeous box as well. It's absolutely beautiful. So this will be coming up with our lovely Zena as part of the late show tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job, you get to go and join it.
Well, sending my love to everybody, and thank you for all your support and kind messages. And thank you, Ali, for being so good when you haven't been very well today.
Oh, bless you. No, you've looked after me, Rachel. Thank you so much. I'll be back with you tomorrow from 1 p.m. With Sammy. But for now, stay tuned for the late show, because these diamonds and Zena are coming up on the other side. Bye.
You can now watch clips from Jewellery Maker on our YouTube channel. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur